Chapter 447. Dark clouds rumbled, and heaven and earth darkened. That light pillar went straight for the sky and into the clouds. From afar, it looked like it connected heaven and earth. On top of it, the green and red lights intertwined, forming a strange pattern that made one fearful. Rongjio turned around to take a look, and he looked serious. Wei Lin. Immediately send someone to check. What exactly is going on? Yes. Everyone in the hall also looked over with different expressions. Taking advantage of this short gap, Emperor Jiawen suddenly turned around and rushed back. I must be quick. But Rongjio quickly detected this movement and turned around to look coldly. What are you all waiting for? The people at the side immediately reacted and rushed forward to stop Emperor Jiawen again. This time, Emperor Jiawen's hands were tied up, and he couldn't move. Rongjio. Rongjio. Emperor Jiawen was furious, and his face flushed red. Rongjio waved his hands. Aren't you going to send father to rest? A few soldiers immediately walked over and escorted Emperor Jiawen away. Eunuch Min and a few other servants who served him were also taken away. At the start, Emperor Jiawen was still scolding Rongjio. But when his figure disappeared through the side door, his voice suddenly disappeared, leaving only faint sounds of struggling as if his mouth was stuffed. The crowd looked at one another. At this point, it was clear who had won and who had lost. Emperor Jiawen, who was high and mighty a moment ago, was locked up in the blink of an eye. Even though Rongjio didn't directly kill him, Emperor Jiawen's future days wouldn't be good. The entire palace was so quiet that it was suffocating. Rongjio's gaze swept across the crowd and stopped on Siyi for a moment. Siye's entire body tensed up. Even though the Si family was the head of the four major families, it clearly wasn't a wise move to go against the current Rongjio. Si family head, I'll have to trouble you to accompany father during this period of time. Siye's heart sank. Is Rongjio planning to put me under house arrest? Third prince. Before Siyi could finish his sentence, Rongjio nonchalantly interrupted him and slowly said, You're not the only one. Don't worry, as long as you take good care of father, I will naturally take good care of everyone in the Si family. This was a blatant threat. Siye's heart surged with anger, but he suppressed it in the end and said word by word, Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble your highness. Then, he turned around and walked in the direction that Emperor Jiawen left in. Several officers and soldiers followed closely behind. Everyone exchanged glances privately. It seems like Rongjio still has a grudge against the empress. Besides, Siyi was the one who sent Rongjio to the execution ground. The Si family's situation naturally wouldn't be any better. Seeing that Emperor Jiawen and Siyi had already been dealt with, Chu Shao was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have stood out. Now, Rongjio will definitely remember this in his heart. As expected, Rongjio's gaze landed on him. Great Elder Chu. Chu Shao shuddered as he looked at Rongjio fearfully. Third Highness, you're very loyal to father. Why? Aren't you going together? Chu Zhao's legs turned to jelly, and he immediately said, Your Highness, you're mistaken. Actually, just now. Rongjio's gaze was filled with unconcealed mockery. Chu Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he seemed to be choking on something. His face flushed red and white, and he wanted to defend himself again. However, under such a mocking gaze, he seemed to be a joke. Great Elder Chu, please. The soldier at the side had already spoken first. Sensing their terrifying murderous intent, Chu Shao clenched and loosened his fists. In the end, he could only leave with them. Then, the other people who previously stood on Emperor Jiawen's side were brought away. After a short silence, someone mustered his courage and spoke. Congratulations, Hong Long. Before he could say anything to curry favor, another loud sound came from the sky. Rongjio took a deep breath in, turned around, and looked over. Wei Lin had already returned. Rongjio asked, Where did that light pillar come from? Wei Lin's expression was very solemn. Your Highness, it seems to have come from Tai Yuan Palace. Rongjio knitted his brows. Hasn't nobody been living there since a long time ago? Have you found out who caused such a commotion there? Wei Lin paused before saying, Your Highness. Your Highness, I'm useless. The outside of Tai Yuan Palace is covered by a barrier. Outsiders can't get close to it, and they can't see the situation inside. I tried to enter 3 times, but I didn't succeed. Rongjio was slightly shocked. Wei Lin is a stage 5 warrior, and he's very capable. If even he can't break the barrier, bring I there. When the light pillar shot up to the sky, Elder Yi and Elder Zong Yi, who were in a stalemate, also felt the strong ripple in another hidden dungeon in the palace. Upon hearing the loud sound, the 2 of them were stunned. There aren't many people in the entire country Yao Chen who can cause such a commotion. Also, it sounds like it's not far from the palace. The 2 of them held their breaths and focused as they felt the sinister ripple. Suddenly, Elder Yi was shocked. The commotion seems to be coming from where Situ Xingqian is locked up. Most importantly, this aura, Elder Yi had a terrifying and absurd conjecture in his heart. Then, he turned around and quickly left. Elder Zong Yi was stunned. Yi Zhiding actually left just like that? What exactly is so urgent that he actually gave up on guarding me? Thinking of this, Elder Zong Yi quickly broke free from the cage and followed him. The moment Elder Yi came out, he was stunned by the huge light pillar that connected heaven and earth. He froze on the spot and didn't recover his senses for a long time. Indeed. Someone still touched the bronze cauldron. Elder Zong Yi, who quickly rushed out, was also shocked when he saw this scene. However, he was more confused. Yi Zhiding is considered someone who has seen many big scenes. What exactly is it that can make him reveal such an expression? However, this question didn't linger in his heart for long. To him, the most important thing now was to find Situ Xingqian and bring her away. Even though the bracelet was destroyed, he was very familiar with Situ Xingqian's aura. As long as she was still in the palace, he could still find her quickly. Thinking of this, Elder Zong Yi closed his eyes and searched carefully. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and deep shock flashed across his eyes. Situ Xingqian seems to be at the spot where the light pillar came from. On the other end, Chu Luiyue and Jian Fengqi also entered the palace amidst the chaos when Rongjio led the soldiers into the palace. Luckily, everyone's attention was on Rongjio and the rest. In addition, the duo was good at hiding their figures, so their journey was smooth. Until they saw the terrifying light pillar. Jian Fengqi knitted his brows. What's that? It's so eerie. Chu Luiyue didn't have any expression on his face. I'm still a step too late. What? Jian Fengqi was about to ask again when a figure suddenly rushed out of the light pillar. Digression, trash computer, ruining my time and slowing me down. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 448. Under the light, that person's figure was a little blurry, but Chu Luiyue still recognized her. That person was Situ Xingqian. When she flew to the middle of the light pillar, she finally stopped. Then, the surrounding heaven and earth force crazily surged into her body. A few energy whirlpools rapidly appeared around her. Even the pattern on the pillar of light seemed to distort. Chu Luiyue stared at Situ Xingqian's figure closely. As the energy surged in, her aura kept strengthening. What's going on? Jian Fengqi muttered and nudged Chu Luiyue with his elbow. Hey, do you know what she's doing? You were referring to this when you said you were one step too late. Chu Luiyue didn't say anything, but many thoughts surfaced in his mind. That bronze cauldron must be with Situ Xingqian. And it's obvious that she's already activated it. She used the energy inside. She was just a stage 3 warrior previously, but not long after, she's about to break through to stage 4. I have to think of a way to stop her. Jian Fengqi stared at it a few more times and knitted his brows. This thing is a little strange. Don't you sense a bloody smell? Chu Luiyue coldly said, the bronze cauldron contains the blood of the bronze cauldron. The bronze cauldron contains the power and blood essence of several hundred cultivators. It's not strange for it to smell like this. Jian Fengqi's expression changed. He was a celestial physician and had killed and saved countless people. But when he heard Chu Liuyue's words, he still felt disgusted. As long as he used his brain to think, he would know what kind of scene it would be. It turns out that the bronze cauldron is such an evil item. In that case, the energy in this light pillar was actually snatched from those people? But the energy accumulated through such means is muddled and messy, and it might even conflict with each other. Once one absorbs this energy, even though it can raise one's cultivation level in the short term, it will greatly affect one's future cultivation. Who's so brainless to do such a thing? He naturally didn't recognize Situ Xingchen. Chu Luyue pursed her lips tightly. How could Situ Xingchen not know what Jian Fengqi said? But she still chose to do it. Suddenly, Chu Luyue sensed a strange fluctuation coming from the Qingquan bag. She carefully examined it and discovered that the commotion actually came from a wooden box. That wooden box happened to be the one I got from Situ Xingchen. Chu Luyue looked up again and frowned. The movement of the wooden box seemed to have been caused by the light pillar. Inside the wooden box was a roll of parchment. There was a layer of seal on it, and even now, she had not been able to break it. Previously, she had thought of many ways to open it, but none of them succeeded, so she put it aside for the time being. Who would have thought that it was related to the bronze cauldron? In midair, Situ Xingchen was still rapidly absorbing the surrounding energy, and her aura was clearly becoming stronger. Following this change, Chu Luyue clearly felt that the movement in the wooden box was gradually expanding. Jian Fengqi then realized that Chu Luyue's expression was amiss. What's wrong with you? Chu Luyue shook her head. From what Emperor Jiawen said previously, she could guess that the Emperor specially prepared the bronze cauldron for Rong Jin to help him improve his cultivation level. She vaguely guessed that Emperor Jiawen knew something, but she didn't say it. She originally planned to carefully check the item after finding it, but she was one step too late as Situ Xingchen beat her to it. Once it's opened, the energy in the bronze cauldron will definitely be absorbed and turned into Situ Xingchen's energy. But now, it seems like things are more troublesome than expected. What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave. Suddenly, an impatient scolding came from the side. Chu Luyue quickly turned around and saw a group of people walking over. Her figure moved, and she quickly hid in the corner at the side. Upon seeing this, Jian Fengqi also hid. The group of people walked closer and closer. Chu Luyue then clearly saw that the person being scolded in the middle was actually Emperor Jiawen. Behind him were Eunuch Min and the others, and they all seemed to have suffered. He was surrounded by soldiers in red armor. They were Rongjiu's men. Emperor Jiawen had already changed out of his dragon robe, and he looked a little disheveled. If one didn't look closely, one wouldn't be able to recognize him. He looked anxious as he kept turning his head to look at the green and red light pillars as if he wanted to say something. It was a pity that his mouth was sealed, so he could only make muffled sounds. He couldn't hear anything clearly. The soldiers at the side pushed and shoved him, rushing him forward. Emperor Jiawen kept struggling. Until the person at the side pulled out a sword, pressed it against his waist, and hollered. We have plenty of ways to make you obedient. Why don't you try? Emperor Jiawen finally stopped, and despair flashed across his eyes as he stumbled forward with them. Very quickly, these people walked past Chu Luyue and Jian Fengqi and headed in a certain direction. Chu Liyue's eyes sparkled, and she planned to follow them. Jian Fengqi pulled her back. Where are you going? Chu Luyue glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. If you want to follow me, go ahead. If you don't want to, you can walk on your own. Jian Fengqi was stumped. Wasn't this girl always polite to him before? Why did she suddenly have such an attitude? He was about to retort when he met her clear eyes. He suddenly felt guilty and softly muttered, Go ahead. So be it. Why are you so angry? Why is Chu Liyue's temper so bad? My status is clearly much higher than hers, but why do I feel like I'm lower than her? Just as he was wondering if the problem was with him, Chu Luiyue had already left with those people. Jian Fengqi could only follow. Those people brought Emperor Jiawen to Qinghe Hall. Emperor Jiawen was locked in a room alone, and the others were locked at the side. The doors and windows were tightly locked, and there were people guarding every corner. Luckily, there weren't many people. Actually, Rongjiu was still wary of Emperor Jiawen, but the entire imperial city was under his control now. After enduring for so many years, he finally succeeded, and he was in a good mood, so he naturally let down his guard. In addition, Situ Xingqian's commotion distracted part of his attention. This made things convenient for Chu Luiyue. After observing for a while, she sent Dumpling out. Dumpling was small and fast, so she quickly caused a commotion and attracted the attention of 2 guards. Taking advantage of the time when they left to check, Chu Luiyue quickly entered the hall. Hong! Another thunderous sound was heard. Chu Luiyue turned around and saw that Situ Xingqian had actually become a stage 4 warrior. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from IUN. Chapter 449. However, Situ Xingqian didn't stop there. Instead, she started to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth force at an even faster speed. It was obvious that the greenish-red pillar of light contributed greatly. Chu Luiyue knitted her brows as she looked at the rumbling dark clouds in the sky and the lightning that flashed from time to time. Generally speaking, such a phenomenon would only appear when a rare treasure appeared in the world. For a cultivator to cause such a huge commotion, they had to at least break through to become a stage 5 warrior. One had to know that when Chu Ning recovered from his old injuries and broke through to become a stage 5 warrior, it wasn't like this at all. If this continued, Situ Xingqian would most likely continue to break through. The wooden box in the cosmic bag was also vibrating more and more. Chu Luiyue almost couldn't ignore it anymore. She even felt that there was something in the wooden box that wanted to rush out. At this point, Emperor Jiawen heard the commotion and suddenly turned his head. Chu Luiyue immediately hid behind the study table. At this point, Emperor Jiawen was distracted, and his remaining rationality and attention were all placed on the pillar of light outside. He didn't even notice Chu Luiyue. He slowly walked to the window, which was locked from the outside and couldn't be opened. Hence, he couldn't see the situation outside. He could only see the light reflected on the window. How can this be? How can this be? Emperor Jiawen was dazed as he softly muttered. Ryue, I've let you down in the end. Chu Luiyue was dazed. Ryue? Isn't this consort Wan back then, Rongxiu's birth mother? What does Emperor Jiawen mean by saying this at this time? Also, it sounds like there's deep regret and self-blame in his voice. Rumor has it that Emperor Jiawen only doted on consort Wan back then, and the harem of 3,000 people couldn't compare to her. However, not long after consort Wan gave birth to Rongxiu, she had a huge fight with Emperor Jiawen. She then directly moved out of the palace and went to Tianlu Academy. After staying in the academy for 2 years, she passed away. It's normal that Emperor Jiawen can't forget her, but why did he mention her at this time? At this moment, Emperor Jiawen removed something from his neck. Because he was facing Chu Luiyue from his side, Chu Luiyue could only see a rough outline, but could not see clearly what it was. You're still blaming me? Is it because I was wrong that I ended up like this? Emperor Jiawen muttered softly as he looked at the item in his hands. He seemed to be smiling and crying at the same time. Shortly after, the item in his hands suddenly glowed with a faint light. Like a stream of water, it flowed along Emperor Jiawen's arm and spread to his entire body. Very quickly, Emperor Jiawen's entire body was enveloped in that strange light. Chu Luiyue's pupils shrank. This was because Emperor Jiawen's aura was gradually becoming stronger. However, that power was clearly gushing out from his own body. A strange pattern suddenly appeared above his head. Chu Luiyue took a quick look and realized that the pattern was exactly the same as the pattern on the green-red light pillar outside. But in comparison, the one above Emperor Jiawen's head looked much more normal, unlike the one outside that was filled with a strange and eerie aura. Kacha! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the pattern. Following the crack, Emperor Jiaowen's aura became even stronger. Chu Luyue finally realized something. There's a seal in Emperor Jiaowen's body. Now, he seems to be planning to break that seal. It's obvious that Emperor Jiaowen's abilities aren't as ordinary as they seem on the surface. Chu Luyue suddenly thought of something, and his heart harshly skipped a beat. If the pattern that appeared above Emperor Jiaowen's head was a seal, what about the one outside? Hong Long. A snake-like bolt of lightning shuttled through the thick black clouds and finally struck the light pillar. Crackle. Following this ear-piercing sound, a crack appeared in the middle of the strange pattern on the pillar of light. But as the light pillar kept flashing, and the pattern was pulled until it almost changed shape, almost nobody noticed this change. Most people's attention was on Situ Xingchen, who was in the middle of the light pillar. Rongjiao stared at her closely. Actually, he had already recognized that person as Situ Xingchen. It seems like she has been locked up in the palace previously, but for some reason, she suddenly started to break through. The aura on the light pillar is the same as the bronze cauldron. Your Highness, what should we do? The crowd behind him exchanged glances. Should we just let it go like this? But it seems like we can't go near to stop it. Rongjiao boomed, seal the gates. Be prepared to activate the Deep Xian formation at any time. Everyone was shocked. Your Highness, activating the Deep Xian formation requires a lot of manpower and resources. It seems a little overboard to deal with a stage 4 warrior. One of the patriarchs asked tentatively. Rongjiao turned around and sneered. It seems like family head Su is willing to take the lead. That person's expression changed, and he hurriedly shook his head. What a joke. The aura on the light pillar is so dangerous. Even a stage 5 warrior like Wei Lin can't do anything about it, let alone the others. Since no one wants to go, immediately go down and prepare the Deep Xian formation. Rongjiao hollered, and that person was shocked. He didn't dare to say anything else and hurriedly left. Very quickly, the people at the side also followed him. Rongjiao looked at Situ Xingchen again and suddenly thought of something. Where's Elder Yi now? At this point, Elder Yi was fighting with Elder Zong Yi again. After coming out, he planned to stop Situ Xingchen, but Elder Zong Yi blocked his way. The two of them were equally skilled. Without a burden, Elder Zong Yi's combat ability was much stronger than before. Hence, after a few moves, the two of them were still tied. Seeing that Situ Xingchen had already broken through and was planning to continue, Elder Yi became increasingly anxious. Zong Yi. Do you know what your precious niece is doing? Elder Zong Yi sneered. Isn't it very clear what she's doing? If you want to stop this great opportunity, you'll have to get past me first. That light pillar contained immense strength, and Situ Xingchen had already successfully broken through from a stage 3 warrior to a stage 4 warrior. Not long later, she might even break through to a stage 5 warrior. Situ Xingchen was very talented as a celestial physician, but her progress as a warrior was mediocre. As long as she grasped this opportunity well, she would definitely be 100 times stronger than before. Elder Yi was enraged. This idiot actually thought that Situ Xingchen was lucky enough to obtain this opportunity. He even hoped that she would continue to break through and become a top warrior. He really can't be saved. Since that's the case, I won't stop her. Just wait here and see if she'll become a top warrior in the end. Digression, there are 2 more updates at night. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 450. Elder Zong Yi's heart was beating like a drum. He was a rank 6 warrior and could naturally feel that something was wrong with the aura in the light pillar. Seeing Elder Yi in such a state, he became even more worried. However, since he had already said so earlier, it was naturally inappropriate for him to go back on his word. Thinking that Situ Xingchen always knew her limits, he felt more at ease and tried to defend himself. Outsiders like you don't need to worry about this. After saying that, he looked at the pillar of light. At this point, Situ Xingqian's aura had already broken through to the intermediate stage 4 stage. And it was still growing stronger. Elder Zhong Yi was half excited and half worried. However, he didn't notice that Elder Ye's eyes flashed with shock when he saw a crack appear on the pattern on the pillar of light. Situ Xingqian's breakthrough speed was faster than he expected. The power within the bronze cauldron was still gushing out. If this continued, things would only get more and more out of hand. Oh, right. And Emperor Jiawen. Thinking of this, Old Man Yi turned to leave. Elder Zhong Ye's eyes were sharp and his hands were nimble. He once again stood in front of him and asked with extreme vigilance, "Where are you going?" Elder Ye's eyes darkened. "Zhong Yi, I've already said that I won't stop Situ Xingqian. You better get out of the way now." However, Elder Zhong Yi did not believe him at all. Who knew what tricks Yi Zhiding would come up with to deal with him and Xingqian? "No matter what, you have to stay here. You can't go anywhere until it's over." Elder Zhong Yi sneered. "The two of us are evenly matched. Even if I can't take you down, it won't be that easy for you to leave either." Elder Yi was so angry that he almost cursed. He wanted to smash open Zhong Ye's brain to see if it was filled with water. "Zhong Yi. Don't push your luck." Elder Zhong Yi shrugged. It was clear that he wanted to fight him to the end. Unlike the chaotic palace, the Prince Li's mansion was completely quiet at this moment. Rong Xiu stood in the courtyard, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed in the direction of the palace. He raised his eyebrows when he saw the pattern on it start to crack. Umo, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but ask. "Master, it seems like Situ Xingqian's ambition is greater than expected. She actually used such a short time to break through to this stage. His limbs were crippled, his origin power sealed, and all the humiliation he suffered in the past few days, anyone would have done the same. Not to mention her." Rong Xiu smiled faintly. Umo thought the same. Situ Xingqian isn't a kind person. Judging from the recent events, this woman is clearly the kind of person who will do anything to achieve her goals. Not to mention that she didn't know the other secret hidden in the bronze cauldron. Even if she knew, she might still try her luck. "Third brother, what's your plan?" Rong Xiu asked calmly. Umo immediately said, "Third Highness, prepare to activate the dark mysterious formation." But for some reason, there was no movement at all. "Third Imperial brother, when you are on the battlefield, you have always been particular about knowing the enemy and yourself, and you will never be defeated. Now, he probably doesn't know what Situ Xingqian wants to do, so he's planning to wait and see. Naturally, he won't act rashly. Besides, he had just taken over the imperial city and was only one step away from the throne. He would naturally be very careful." A smile flashed across Rong Xiu's eyes. Actually, Rong Xiu is very outstanding in all aspects. There's nothing wrong with this idea. However, he didn't know that time wouldn't wait for anyone. If he wanted to wait until he was fully prepared before taking action, it might already be too late. "Master, are you not planning to interfere?" asked Umo curiously. Rong Xiu squinted his eyes. "Why do I have to do something unnecessary? This way, it would save him a lot of trouble." Umo respectfully answered. A ripple suddenly appeared in the air. Umo turned around and saw Yan Qing, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, walking out. He looked like he had rushed back and was covered in dust. "Greetings, Master." Yan Qing knelt on one knee and presented a letter with both hands. Rong Xiu looked at the letter calmly. "Master, that side can't hold on for much longer. 36 Respected Elder Feng personally wrote a letter to ask you to go back as soon as possible." Hearing 36 Respected Elder Feng, Umo's eyelids twitched. That person actually came out personally? It can be seen that the situation over there isn't optimistic. Actually, thinking about it carefully, Master hasn't gone back in such a long time. Rong Xiu picked up the letter. The moment it touched his fingertips, the letter instantly turned into a ray of light. It flew in front of Rong Xiu. Then, the ray of light turned into a circular light screen. A blurry silhouette appeared on top of it. Your Highness, are you really not planning to come back? A low and gentle voice came from within. It was like a gentle breeze that made one feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. Umo suddenly shivered as he exchanged glances with Yan Qing. They both saw the fear in each other's eyes. This person actually used such a voice to speak. It's over. Rong Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly, but the corners of his lips still held a light smile. Respected elder, you've misunderstood. I will go back in a few days. That's good. The voice was still gentle and even had a hint of a smile. That's good. Your Highness hasn't returned for a long time. Everyone thought that you died outside. Rong Xiu's eyelids twitched violently. Digression, there's another update later. Go to bed early. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 451. Umo and Yan Qing both held their breaths and didn't dare to make a sound. If they could, they really wanted to disappear from here right now. There weren't many people in the world who dared to be so rude to His Highness, and this person was one of them. However, he had never said such words in the past. It could be seen that he was furious this time. Rong Xiu coughed. Respected elder, you're joking. It's good that your Highness knows. That voice sounded a little fierce, but Yan Qing and Umo both heaved a sigh of relief. In this case, they could at least muddle through, right? I heard that your Highness stayed there for so long this time because of a woman. Rong Xiu's brows moved slightly, and he glanced at Yan Qing from the corner of his eyes. Yan Qing opened her mouth. It wasn't Yan Qing who said it. That elder sneered. It's just this old man's guess. However, it seems that I guessed it right. Rong Xiu paused for a moment and nodded lightly. That's right. 36 Respected Elder Ming was caught off guard by his frank admission. Your Highness has never been close to women. Why did you suddenly become enlightened after going out? The anger from before disappeared and was replaced by curiosity and ridicule. I wonder what kind of woman can make your Highness like this. It seems that those old fellows still don't know about this. Rong Xiu said honestly. Yes. I haven't returned yet, so it's not appropriate to make it public now. When I return, I will naturally mention this matter personally. These words made the elder and the light screen silent for a while. Your Highness intends to give her a status? Rong Xiu smiled. She's Ai's wife. Naturally, she has to have a status. What? That elder was shocked and lost his voice. Even the originally blurry figure trembled. Your Highness intends to, but she probably hasn't even entered heaven's canopy before, right? How could those old fellows agree to a woman with such a background? Rong Xiu's smile deepened. Didn't you agree just like that? This old man is. How can that group of people be compared to this old man? The old man said angrily. Is your Highness looking down on this old man? Since that woman was chosen by your Highness, this old man naturally trusts her. Moreover, the person who could make His Highness put in so much effort must be someone that His Highness had in mind. Why would this old man object? No wonder His Highness took so long to come back. However, since you were prepared, why did you take so long? At the end of his sentence, the old man's tone was filled with disdain. Rong Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry, I know what to do. I'll be back in a few days. If anything happens over there, please take care of it for the time being. The old man smacked his lips twice. This old man has always been impatient with such things. This time, for the sake of His Highness's marriage, I'll just agree. However, when His Highness returns, this old man wants to be the first to see that woman. A glimmer flashed across Rong Xiu's deep eyes. This, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while. This time, she won't be returning with I. What? She won't be coming back with you? The old man was shocked. He was already thinking of what gift to give her. Why did he say that she wouldn't be coming? Wait. Don't tell me she hasn't taken a liking to you? Rong Xiu, Yan Qing and Umo both shrunk their necks and wished they could find a hole to hide in. They really didn't want to hear this conversation at all. Rong Xiu took a deep breath. You don't have to worry about this. She'll be returning to Heaven's canopy soon and has some matters to attend to. When she's done, you'll naturally have a chance to see her. The old man's interest was immediately piqued. She came to Heaven's canopy but didn't come with you? Then where did she go? What did she do? Rong Xiu refused to say more. You'll know all this when it's time. Seeing that Rong Xiu wasn't willing to reveal anything, the old man didn't continue asking. Since this is the case, I hope you'll return soon. After saying that, the light screen quickly dissipated. Rong Xiu lightly sighed. This time, it had indeed dragged on for too long. Even 36 respected Elder Ming personally wrote a letter. He thought for a moment and asked, what's the matter? What's Mu Qinghe up to today? Umo immediately said, earlier, he went to Ms. Lu Yu's place and left. Rong Xiu's expression turned serious. At this time, Mu Qinghe went to find her. Where is he now? Umo was dazed, and his expression suddenly changed. According to the previous rules, the people sent to monitor Mu Qinghe had to report to him every once in a while. However, there didn't seem to be any news today. I've been by Rong Xiu's side and only cared about Rong Zhou's matters, so I actually forgot about this. Umo knelt down with a thud. I've neglected my duty. Master, please punish me. Rong Xiu had long realized something when he saw Umo's expression. He knitted his brows. No need. It seems like he left today. Mu Qinghe isn't a simple person. It's impossible for him not to know that someone is secretly monitoring him. There must be a reason why he took action today. Also, where's Yu? Asked Rong Xiu immediately. Umo's heart skipped a beat. Rong Xiu closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened them and looked in a certain direction. That's where the palace is. She actually entered the palace? He looked at the light pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. As time passed, the light pillar's color seemed to have faded a lot. However, Situ Xingqian's aura was much stronger than before. The most important thing was that many cracks had already appeared on the strange pattern on the light pillar. Rong Xiu's eyes darkened. The next moment, another bolt of lightning struck down. That pattern was finally completely torn apart. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 452. Rong Xiu's figure moved, and he rapidly disappeared from the yard. Umo and Yan Qing looked at each other and followed him. As the strange pattern cracked, Situ Xingqian officially broke through and became a stage 5 warrior. Seeing that the light pillar didn't show any signs of disappearing and that Situ Xingqian, who was suspended in it, was still absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth force, Rong Xiu finally realized that something was amiss. If this continues, who knows if Situ Xingqian will continue to break through. He looked at Wei Lin. Have you found Elder Yi? Wei Lin shook his head. Rong Xiu pondered for a moment. Give the order to activate the Deep Xian formation. Upon hearing this, the crowd standing at the back looked at each other. Nobody expected Rong Xiu to use the Deep Xian formation, which Emperor Jiawen didn't have the time to activate, to deal with Situ Xingqian. Yes. Wei Lin quickly left with the others. The waiting time was always very unbearable. After around 15 minutes, a ripple finally came from the northwest corner of the palace. A star gradually appeared in midair. Following that, more and more dots of light appeared around the starlight. In the blink of an eye, they connected together. It was like a small galaxy. Almost at the same time, the same scene was happening in the other 3 directions. All the light spots gathered in the middle. It was as if there was an invisible hand connecting the 4 pieces of starlight together. Hong. When everything gathered together, it finally made a loud sound. It was like a gigantic star net that covered the entire palace. A vast suppression descended. The greenish-red light pillar was also suppressed by this force and started to shrink toward the center. At this point, Situ Xingqian suddenly opened her eyes. That pair of eyes that were always filled with water, were now filled with a scarlet red. Brutal and cold murderous intent crazily surged out from the depths of her eyes. She looked at her wrists and ankles. With the help of that force, all her physical injuries had healed, and her cultivation level had also directly broken through from a stage 3 warrior to a stage 5 warrior. She slowly clenched her fists and felt the abundant strength in her body. She was elated. Previously, she was still a little hesitant, but it now seemed like her decision was right. Not to mention country Yaochen, even in the entire world, how many people could break through to this level in such a short period of time? Most importantly, the energy in the bronze cauldron had not been completely exhausted. In other words, her strength would continue to rise. She raised her head and saw that the pillar of light seemed to be gradually shrinking. She smiled coldly. Then, she clasped her hands together and the force around her surged wildly. In an instant, the wind howled. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The pillar of light that entered the clouds suddenly fell down like a waterfall. Those dazzling rays of light, along with an incomparably valiant power, madly surged into her body. Intense pain came from every part of his body. Situ Xingqian saw a few small wounds on her hand bursting open, and sticky, sweet blood slowly seeped out. However, she gritted her teeth and did not stop. Only in this way would he be able to break through faster. As long as she could endure this pain, she would become a top expert in the world. Very quickly, Rongjiao and the rest saw the light pillar, which seemed to connect heaven and earth, rapidly decrease in size. Situ Xingqian's body was like a black hole as it crazily swallowed the light. The uneasiness in Rongjiao's heart intensified. He hollered. Deep Xian formation, activate. His low and powerful voice reverberated far and wide. Instantly, all the cultivators in the palace exerted their strength. Rays of light intersected on the gigantic Deep Xian formation. Very quickly, they outlined a gigantic figure. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated between heaven and earth. It was actually a 7th grade fiend, red-tailed flood dragon. Its entire body was silver, and only its tail was red like a burning flame. Its body was huge, and it almost covered the entire sky. When the dragon's roar sounded, even the ground seemed to move. The Deep Xian formation was a protective formation around the palace, but very few people knew that this Xian formation was actually suppressing a red-tailed flood dragon. And it was the most formidable part of the Deep Xian formation. Even though the red-tailed flood dragon was a 7th grade fiend, it had the bloodline of an ancient legendary fiend, the Great Phoenix Dragon. The red-tailed flood dragon could be considered the strongest existence among the 7th grade fiends. Rumors had it that some red-tailed flood dragons had the chance to break through to 8th grade or even higher. The red-tailed flood dragon hovered in mid-air, and its gigantic red eyes were icy cold. It was indifferent. Situ Xingqian's heart skipped a beat. I didn't expect a fiend of such a grade to be hidden under the Deep Xian formation. Even though I'm already a stage 5 warrior, it's still a little wishful thinking for me to deal with a 7th grade fiend. Unless I can break through to the peak of a stage 6 warrior, I'll only have a sliver of hope. Situ Xingqian clenched her teeth, circulated her energy, and rapidly set up a barrier around her. The next moment, the red-tailed flood dragon rapidly charged towards Situ Xingqian. Wherever it passed, black cracks appeared in the air. This showed how strong the suppression around it was. Then, the dragon's tail harshly swung out. Pack! It heavily hit the barrier in front of Situ Xingqian. Boom! A loud collision sound was heard. A suppressive force directly passed through the barrier and crushed Situ Xingqian's body. Her body trembled, and her face instantly turned much paler. But the next moment, elation flashed across her eyes. That's because the barrier didn't break. With my current stage 5 warrior strength, the barrier I set up definitely won't be able to block the red-tailed flood dragon's attack. Hence, I directly used the light pillar's energy to form this barrier. It's indeed very strong. Situ Xingchen was slightly relieved and continued to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth force. As long as I have a little more time, I might be the red-tailed flood dragon's opponent. Seeing that Situ Xingchen actually withstood the red-tailed flood dragon's attack, the spectators below were shocked. What's with the greenish-red glow on her body? It actually contains such a strong force. In such a short time, she already broke through to become a stage 5 warrior. No. She's actually already an intermediate stage 5 warrior? Is she going to break through to become a stage 6 warrior? Did you see that? She seems to be bleeding. Her physical body probably can't take it anymore. What exactly is she planning to do? Not only in the palace, but everyone in the entire imperial city had already seen the commotion. They all looked up at the scene. Situ Xingchen ignored all the gazes. Something seemed to be moving in her chest, and blood kept seeping out of her body. However, she couldn't feel any pain and only felt that she was surrounded by a ball of fire. Suddenly, her gaze focused, and she looked somewhere. She waved her sleeves. A powerful wave of energy swept out. Chu Luiyue, who was hiding in Qinghe Hall, felt the commotion behind him, and alarms went off in his heart. He turned around. A vast suppression came toward him. Digression, I slept at 5 p.m. Woo 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 woo. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 453. A strong force morphed into a bloody whip and harshly lashed toward her. Chu Luiyue immediately backed away. Pack! The wooden table that was blocking it instantly shattered. Shards flew everywhere. Half of Qinghe Hall's roof was instantly blown away. However, the bloody whip didn't stop. Instead, it swept toward Chu Luiyue at an even faster speed. Emperor Jianghu, who was standing on the other side of the room, was also shocked by the commotion and immediately turned around. The two of them looked into each other's eyes. Deep shock flashed across Emperor Jianghu's eyes. Chu Luiyue paused in her actions. However, during this short pause, the bloody whip had already reached her waist and was tightly coiling around her. Then, her body was harshly pulled away by the bloody whip. Emperor Jianghu's eyes flashed, and he actually hid in an even more secluded corner that wasn't affected. At the same time, the barrier around his body was strengthened. As long as nobody went near him, nobody would notice his abnormality. Chu Luiyue's heart sank. Emperor Jianghu's gaze just now was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, the bloody whip around her waist tightened again. Chu Luiyue suddenly turned around and realized that the other end of the bloody whip was in Situ Xingchen's hands. Situ Xingchen gently waved her wrist, and Chu Luiyue's body uncontrollably flew toward her. Chu Luiyue immediately pulled out her dagger. She harshly slashed at the bloody whip. Chu! The bloody whip broke with a loud sound. But before Chu Luiyue could rejoice, she saw the broken part of the bloody whip quickly reconnect. This blood whip was condensed from that strange power, and the dagger was unable to completely cut it apart. In the blink of an eye, she was only 10 steps away from Situ Xingchen. Situ Xingchen raised her chin and arrogantly looked at Chu Luiyue in front of her. It's indeed you. Now that she had broken through to become an intermediate stage 5 warrior, her perception of her surroundings had increased by several times. Just now, she clearly felt a very familiar and disgusting aura, so she decisively attacked. It really was that B*TCH. Every time Situ Xingchen saw Chu Luiyue's face, hatred would surge in her heart. She would definitely make Chu Luiyue pay her back 100-fold for everything she had experienced before. Thinking of this, she waved her wrist without hesitation. The blood whip suddenly loosened and immediately lashed towards Chu Luiyue's face. Chu Luiyue immediately dodged. However, Situ Xingchen's current cultivation level was much higher than hers, and it was the same for her speed and strength. Even though she had already dodged at full speed, she was still caught in the crossfire. Pa! Chu Liuyue's left arm was instantly lacerated. Blood flowed like a river. Because of this powerful impact, her body also fell to the ground fiercely. The moment he saw Chu Liyue appear in the air, Yi Lao was shocked and wanted to rush over to help. That girl is still a stage 3 warrior. How can she be Situ Xingqian's match? But as soon as he moved, Elder Zhong Yi blocked his path again. Elder Zhong Yi, who had suffered a lot previously and was very aggrieved, finally vented his anger. Yi Zhiding, didn't you say that your precious disciple is a rare genius? Why are you in such a hurry to help? Why don't we take a good look at the two of them and see who will win? Yi Zhiding finally couldn't hold it in and scolded. Pfft! Who does that Situ Xingqian think she is? How can she be compared to my disciple? Do you think that the humiliation at the Qingjiao competition wasn't enough? Zhong Yi, don't be smug too early. Situ Xingqian activated the bronze cauldron on her own accord and swallowed the strength of hundreds of cultivators. Even if she can break through in a short period of time, there will be endless trouble in the future. Zhong Ye's heart skipped a beat. No wonder I felt that Situ Xingqian's aura was a little off. But at such a crucial moment, how can I boost someone else's morale and destroy my own? You don't have to worry about this. You'd better think about whether or not your precious disciple can survive this time. From what I see, Xingqian's move can directly take away half of her life. She's just a stage 3 warrior. Perhaps she can't even last 3 moves against Xingqian. Yi Zhiding's expression was extremely cold as he stared at Elder Zhong Yi with deadly eyes and said word by word, I only have this one disciple in my entire life. If anyone dares to hurt her, I won't rest until I'm dead. As his voice fell, the aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Elder Zhong Yi was stunned. Yi Zhiding is actually serious about this? The next moment, Elder Yi had already rushed toward him. The two of them instantly engaged in a fight. Rongjiao stared at the scene in midair, and his expression didn't look too good. Just now, Chu Liyue seemed to have come out of Qinghe Hall. The crowd behind him fell silent. Rongjiao turned around and walked toward Qinghe Hall with big strides. Previously, he had clearly sent quite a few people to escort Emperor Jiawen to Qinghe Hall, but Chu Liyue was actually there as well. If it weren't for Situ Xingqian's sudden attack, he didn't know when he would find out about this. Just as Chu Liyue's body was about to land heavily on the ground, she suddenly felt a force pulling her from behind. Chu Liyue turned around and realized that it was Dumpling biting the corner of her shirt. She pulled her back. Voila! The soft material couldn't withstand such a pull, and it suddenly tore apart. Panic flashed across Dumpling's eyes. If I land on her, I'll be seriously injured. The piercing aura was like a steel knife as it quickly scraped across Chu Liyue's body. She focused her gaze and saw that the white marble floor was rapidly approaching. Her heart tingled, and she was about to activate the water droplet strength in her dantian when she saw a white figure flash across her eyes. The next moment, she felt herself falling into a ball of softness. Shue Shue. Chu Liyue looked at Shue Shue, who suddenly appeared and saved her, in surprise. Shue Shue's 4 hooves stepped lightly as it carried Chu Liyue up. Roar! A majestic lion's roar reverberated throughout the area. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. In midair, Chu Liyue, who should have fallen to the ground, was sitting on the back of a muscular, snow-white lion. The wind blew, and her black hair fluttered like a black flag in the wind. Not only was there not the slightest bit of timidity or fear on that peerlessly beautiful face, it was instead filled with a lofty majesty. Cold. Arrogant. Determined. At one glance, she was incomparably noble, and it made one subconsciously want to submit to her. She and Situ Xingqian were facing each other from afar, but even Situ Xingqian, who had a higher cultivation level, seemed to be shorter. Countless pairs of eyes that saw this scene were all dazed. Is this really Chu Liyue? Chu Liyue lowered her gaze and glanced at the wound on her left arm. She then slowly raised her head and stared coldly at Situ Xingqian in front of her. Her lips suddenly curved up into a cold smile. Very good. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 454. Situ Xingchen was taken aback by Chu Liuyue's gaze, and a tinge of fear unknowingly grew in her heart. However, she suddenly woke up in the next moment. Fear? Chu Liyue is definitely not my match now. The one who should be afraid should be Chu Liyue. Situ Xingchen suppressed her emotions as her gaze landed on the white lion, and her pupils constricted. That's clearly Rong Xiu's fiend. Rong Xiu has never summoned it in front of others before, and very few people know about this. I only found out about it once by accident. Now, it actually appeared here and even saved Chu Liyue? Is it trying to help Chu Liyue to the end? Situ Xingchen clenched her teeth and suddenly sneered. Why? Do you want to fight with me? Chu Liyue circulated the force around his body, and an abundant amount of force flowed out of his dantian and into his right index finger. You wanted to kill me first. Am I not allowed to kill you in return? Situ Xingchen did not care about Chu Liyue's actions. Instead, she chuckled as if she had heard a joke. You're just a stage 3 warrior. Her words were filled with undisguised mockery and disdain. Chu Liyue's smile deepened. Yes, I do. I'm indeed a stage 3 warrior now, but I didn't say that I can only display the abilities of a stage 3 warrior. Situ Xingchen almost thought that Chu Liyue had gone crazy. Okay. Today, I want to see how long you can be arrogant for. The moment she said that, the bloody whip in her hand flew up again. She whipped it harshly. Piak. This time, she used an even stronger force than before. When the bloody whip pierced through the air, it easily tore the space apart and left a few black cracks. In the blink of an eye, the bloody whip carried a strong force and went straight for Chu Liyue. Shui quickly dodged. Its speed was extremely fast, and it looked like a bolt of lightning. The blood whip missed. Situ Xingchen's face darkened. With the help of that high-level magical beast, not to mention killing Chu Liyue, even wanting to injure her had become a difficult task. She raised her wrist. The blood whip chased after Chu Liyue. Pa! Shui's figure flashed, and she easily dodged the attack again. Situ Xingchen refused to believe it and attacked again. Above the blood whip, there was even a faint layer of green-red light. The power contained within it was much stronger than the previous 2 times. When the bloody whip flew out, Situ Xingchen angrily shouted, "What the hell? Don't run if you have the guts." Before Chu Liyue could reply, Shui had already turned around and raised a claw, swinging it forward fiercely. Whoosh! The blood whip was torn apart by Shui's claws. Situ Xingchen gasped. This magical beast was actually stronger than he had imagined. Shui glanced at Situ Xingchen. Her icy blue eyes were cold and indifferent. It was as if she was looking down on an ant. Chu Liyue lightly patted Shui's head. Well done. Shui turned around, and the frost in its eyes disappeared, replaced by unconcealed arrogance and delight. That huge, furry head intimately rubbed against Chu Liyue's palm a few times. It was completely different from its previous cold and dignified appearance. Situ Xingchen was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She was also affected by the counterattack just now. Her internal organs felt like they were squeezed into a ball. She originally wanted to take the chance to take revenge and get rid of Chu Liyue completely, but it seemed like it would be a little difficult now. Unless my cultivation level could increase again. Yes. I can only kill Chu Liyue if I continue to cultivate and become an even stronger warrior. Thinking of this, Situ Xingchen took a deep breath in and strengthened the barrier around her. Then, she closed her eyes and continued to absorb the surrounding power. Actually, the power contained in the greenish-red light from the bronze cauldron kept flowing into her body. As long as she focused at the most crucial moment and tried to break through, she would succeed. Chu Liyue saw Situ Xingchen suddenly stop. He thought about it and understood her intentions. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Fighting whenever she wants and stopping to break through whenever she wants. Just as Chu Luyue thought of this, a red figure flashed across his eyes. Dumpling actually flew directly towards Situ Xingchen. At this point, if Chu Luyue was in front, he would see Dumpling puffing up her cheeks in anger. Damn it! My limelight has been stolen. Once Dumpling thought of how it tried to pull Chu Luyue back but failed and was even swept away by that power, it was furious and embarrassed. Compared to the White Lion's performance, it had no face at all. Upon seeing Dumpling rushing toward her, Situ Xingchen's lips curled up into a cold smile. This barrier's defensive power is very strong, and even the 7th-grade red-tailed flood dragon might not be able to break it, let alone this 3rd-grade blood ferret. It does have some capabilities, but, with a bang, Dumpling directly pounced on the barrier and harshly bit down on it. Gotcha! A gigantic hole instantly appeared. Situ Xingchen's smile froze, and disbelief filled her eyes. How is this possible? As if venting its anger, Dumpling harshly bit to the side. Gotcha, gotcha. A similar scene appeared in the Qingjiao competition again. Even Chu Luyue couldn't help but be shocked. Why does Dumpling's teeth seem to be better than before? Even though the barrier around Situ Xingchen was thick, it couldn't stop Dumpling from creating such a barrier. At first, she wanted to ignore this matter and quickly break through. However, when she saw Dumpling biting a hole and stuffing itself into it, she finally couldn't take it anymore and was forced to stop. Chu Luyue. If you're really capable, fight one-on-one with me. F***ck, these fiends are nothing. Chu Luyue blinked and smiled. Isn't it my capability that I can summon such a fiend to help me? I didn't say that you can't do this. Since you hate me to the core, just use whatever means you have. Situ Xingchen's chest seemed to be choked by something, and her face flushed red. How can a normal fiend be these two's match? Chu Luyue suddenly shouted, Xue Xingchen. Xue Xue. Xue Xue seemed to have telepathy with her as it stomped on the ground and instantly rushed towards Situ Xingchen. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Is Chu Luyue actually planning to fight Situ Xingchen head-on? That white lion is a high-level fiend. Didn't you see how easily it defeated Situ Xingchen's attack? With its help, Chu Luyue might win. But Situ Xingchen is a few grades stronger than her. If they fight head-on, Chu Luyue will definitely be at a disadvantage. 2 rays of light, 1 green and 1 red, gathered in Situ Xingchen's hands. Then, she harshly clasped her hands together. The 2 rays of light instantly clashed together. Dual palms. Chu Luyue raised her hand. On her right index finger, a dazzling ray of light suddenly flashed. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 455. That ray of light shone in her eyes, and it was dazzling beyond compare. However, this ray of light was nothing compared to the gigantic greenish-red palm print that Situ Xingchen executed in midair. Everyone's gaze was focused on the palm print that contained a strong suppression. Chu Luyue looked up and squinted her eyes slightly. There seemed to be a strange pattern in the middle of the palm print, and it was faintly discernible. It was exactly the same as the pattern that appeared on the light pillar previously. Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat. That pattern was clearly a seal, but for some reason, it appeared on the palm print again. Suddenly, she felt a movement coming from the cosmic bag. It was the wooden box that she snatched from Situ Xingchen previously. That strange pattern seemed to contain a special power. Every time it appeared, it would cause a huge reaction from the wooden box. At this moment, Situ Xingchen hollered. Go! That palm print slowly moved toward Chu Luyue. A strong suppression was continuously emitted from it. The surrounding space seemed to be greatly suppressed as it became heavy and stagnant. Chu Luyue could clearly feel that she was in a swamp, and every move she made required a lot of effort. Situ Xingchen's power has definitely reached the peak of stage 5. Chu Luiyue is probably in danger. She actually rushed forward. It's definitely too late for her to escape now. I really don't know what she's thinking. The crowd discussed fervently. Chu Luiyue, who was in midair, didn't hear them. But even if she could hear them, she wouldn't care. Since she dared to do this, she naturally has her reasons. That gigantic palm print seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Chu Luiyue. In comparison, Chu Luiyue looked exceptionally thin and petite, as if she would be swallowed by that palm print at any moment. But at this moment, Chu Luiyue finally stretched out her right hand and lightly tapped forward with her index finger. Jingshan finger. Buzz. A ripple suddenly appeared in midair. Then, the faint glow on his fingertips suddenly shone brightly. Half of the sky above Chu Luiyue's head seemed to have lit up. That light was grand, brilliant, and majestic. It was as if it could generously and gently encompass everything in the world. Under the illumination of this light, the strange pattern on the palm print suddenly appeared extremely ugly. The power of both sides intertwined. Like snow meeting sunlight, the palm print actually began to quietly and quickly melt away. The smug smile on Situ Xingqian's face suddenly froze, and fear crept into her eyes. How could this be? How could this be? She had used all of her strength in this attack. But why was he defeated so quickly after Chu Luiyue made his move? From the looks of it, there was no room for a counterattack. Situ Xingqian kept circulating the energy in her body and channeling it into the palm print, but it was to no avail. She looked at Chu Luiyue in disbelief and resentment. One finger. Chu Luiyue actually used one finger to defeat me. Actually, Chu Luiyue was just as shocked as Situ Xingqian. This was the first time she had officially executed Jingshan finger after learning it. She knew that Jingshan finger was very powerful, but she didn't expect it to be this powerful. It was clearly stronger than same-grade warrior techniques. Chu Luiyue looked at his finger. That grand and brilliant light contained immense power. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she probably wouldn't have believed this scene. Could this be the strength of a heaven-grade warrior technique? Situ Xingqian finally panicked. If I continue fighting with Chu Luiyue, I definitely won't be able to gain any advantage. The only thing I can do now is to quickly increase my abilities. Boom! That gigantic palm print finally disappeared completely. Even that strange pattern disappeared once again. Blood seeped out of the corner of Situ Xingqian's mouth. Together with her originally blood-stained body, she looked even more pathetic. The next moment, she suddenly turned around and ran into the distance. Chu Luiyue raised his brows slightly and patted Xue Xue lightly. Xue Xue immediately understood and rushed forward. Its speed was naturally faster than Situ Xingqian's, and it blocked her path in no time. Seeing that Chu Luiyue had caught up so quickly, Situ Xingqian's face turned a little ugly. Eldest Princess Situ, we haven't decided who the winner is, yet you're running away just like that? Isn't it a little inappropriate? Asked Chu Luiyue with a faint smile. Situ Xingqian clenched her teeth. She could feel countless pairs of eyes staring at her from below. Mockery, mockery, and disdain. They're all here for me. Who said that I'm running away? Situ Xingqian forced herself to shout, and her voice was much sharper than before. You just used some unorthodox methods. Chu Luiyue, do you really think that you're my match? Chu Luiyue laughed. Unorthodox methods? Those words should be returned to Situ Xingqian. You'll know whether I'm your match or not very soon. Chu Luiyue smiled, but a tinge of murderous intent flashed across her eyes. The next moment, she jumped up and went straight for Situ Xingqian. Situ Xingqian was shocked at first, but she then sneered in her heart. Chu Luiyue actually wants to have a physical fight with me. This is the stupidest choice I've made today. The two of us are 2 whole stages apart, and Chu Luiyue's physical strength can't be compared to mine. If Chu Luiyue continues to use the previous move, I might not be able to withstand it. But now, I'm clearly courting death. You're courting death. Situ Xingchen circulated the force in her body and stretched out her hand. Flying eagle claw. A few afterimages mixed together. They all went for Chu Luoyue's face. Chu Luoyue leaned forward. She didn't know how her wrist moved, but it avoided Situ Xingchen's move and tightly clamped onto her wrist. Then, she exerted force with her fingers and tightly clenched them. Kacha! The crisp sound of a bone breaking was heard. Ah! Situ Xingchen cried out in pain. Her entire face turned pale. At that moment, there was only one thought left in her mind. Why is Chu Luoyue's wrist so strong? Situ Xingchen instinctively raised her leg and kicked at Chu Luoyue. However, Chu Luoyue was even faster. Bang! The two people's legs harshly collided. Situ Xingchen felt as if she had hit a metal plate, and her entire leg instantly turned numb. After a short pause, intense pain surged through her. She suddenly looked up and stared at Chu Luoyue with eyes full of resentment. *TCH, Chu Luoyue's lips curved up, and a cold glint flashed across her palm. It went straight for Situ Xingchen's heart. Situ Xingchen was shocked. She immediately tried her best to dodge it. Chu! That dagger pierced into her chest and was only a few centimeters away from her heart. However, Chu Luoyue didn't let go. Instead, he tightened his grip on the dagger's handle and harshly twisted it. Separate. Two thin flying daggers instantly entered Situ Xingchen's body. Digression, I'm adjusting my schedule today. I'll take my medicine and sleep later. I hope I can sleep well. Tomorrow at 6:00 a.m., please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 456. Too cold, piercing sensations instantly spread throughout her body. Situ Xingchen's face turned pale, and she slowly lowered her head to take a look. Blood slowly seeped out from the front of her shirt. Choo-choo. Two flying daggers pierced through her chest and flew out. Chu Luoyue bent his arm and harshly hit her shoulder with his elbow. Situ Xingchen violently spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Chu Luoyue hurriedly dodged and jumped onto Xue Xue's back, which happened to rush over. Bang! Situ Xingchen landed heavily on the ground. As the force of the impact was too strong, her body dragged on the ground for a long time before finally stopping. A long trail of blood was left on the ground, and it looked ghastly. There was dead silence in the sky. Almost everyone thought that Chu Luoyue was dead for sure, but they didn't expect Situ Xingchen to be the one who lost after the two of them had an intense fight. Even though the fiend's appearance couldn't go unnoticed, Chu Luoyue did personally knock Situ Xingchen down just now. Elder Yi and Elder Zong Yi, who were in the midst of a chaotic fight, finally stopped when they saw this scene. However, the two of them had very different expressions. Elder Ye's worries instantly disappeared, and the wrinkles on his face bloomed like a flower. His eyes were filled with unconcealable delight. Ha! I've long said that Situ Xingchen doesn't have the right to be compared to Lu Yu. Zong Yi. What else do you have to say now? Elder Zong Ye's face was so ugly that it was as if he had swallowed a fly. Situ Xingchen's cultivation level is clearly much higher than Chu Luoyue's. How could she lose? I originally thought that I would definitely win this match. Yet, it ended up like this. His eyes flickered, and he immediately wanted to go forward. Sigh. Zong Yi, what are you planning to do? Old Man Yi moved and stood in front of Elder Zong Yi, his face full of smiles. Zong Ye's face darkened. You want to stop me? Look at what you're saying. Didn't you also stop me just now? We're the same. Haha. Looking at Zong Ye's ugly face, Elder Yi only felt proud and elated. Just now, I wanted to help Lu Yu, but this fellow stopped me. Now, I want to help Situ Xingchen. How can it be so easy? Elder Zong Yi frowned. With Yi Zhiding around, he couldn't spare any time to help at all. Didn't you say earlier that you wanted to see who would win in the end? Then, why don't we watch it together? Elder Ye's face was full of smiles, but the biting cold aura around him made it clear that he absolutely would not let Elder Zong Yi pass. Elder Zong Ye's heart was filled with hatred. While the two of them were talking, Xue Xue had already swooped down with Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue easily leaped and landed on the ground. Situ Xingchen struggled to stand up. However, the wounds on his body were still bleeding. The pain on her shoulder and back was intense. She didn't need to look to know that her shoulder blade had been pierced. Didn't you want to fight me one-on-one? Chu Luiyue said slowly as he played with the dagger in his hand. As you wish. It was much more convenient for the two of them to fight on the ground. When Situ Xingchen saw Chu Luiyue's nonchalant smile, she couldn't help but shiver harshly. She only felt that the current Chu Luiyue was like a demon that walked out of hell. You! What do you want to do? Situ Xingchen yelled fiercely. I am country Xing Luo's eldest princess. How dare you touch me? Chu Luiyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Eldest Princess Situ, of course, I know your identity. But didn't I just punch a hole through you? You don't have to ask such nonsense, right? Situ Xingchen's heart sank. Chu Luiyue really looks like he doesn't have any reservations at all. You seem to have forgotten what you just did. Chu Luiyue lifted his chin, and his gaze swept across her entire body. Who do you think will speak up for you now? After causing such a huge commotion in country Yao Chen's palace, neither Emperor Jiaoan nor Rongjiu would let this matter rest. Besides, Situ Xingchen was in the wrong first. Previously, Situ Yan couldn't save her, so it's even more impossible this time. As Chu Luiyue spoke, he took a step forward. Panic flashed across Situ Xingchen's eyes, and she instinctively took a step back. The current me might not even be Chu Luiyue's match. Besides, Chu Luiyue has an advanced fiend helping him. Situ Xingchen's heart became increasingly frantic, and something crazily moved in her chest, wanting to rush out. It would be great if he could become stronger. It was as if a sharp voice kept reverberating in her mind. Chu Luiyue squinted his eyes and was about to go forward to finish Situ Xingchen off completely when he saw her suddenly look up. A bloody glow flashed across Situ Xingchen's eyes. Chu Luiyue's eyes shrunk. Instinctively, he felt that something was amiss with Situ Xingchen. Previously, Situ Xingchen's eyes were actually bloodshot, but Chu Luiyue thought that she became like that because of her anger and agitation. But now, that bloody red color seemed to have become even more intense. The most important thing was that Situ Xingchen's pupils had actually turned red as well. From afar, they looked like two eyeballs filled with craziness and murderous aura. Dong dong. A strange sound came from the Qingquan bag. Dong dong. This time, the sound was even clearer. Chu Luiyue suddenly understood something. This was the sound from the wooden box in the cosmic bag. The thing inside seemed to have been summoned and crazily wanted to come out. She lowered her head and was about to suppress it when she suddenly saw a ray of light rushing out and heading straight for Situ Xingchen. It was that wooden box. Situ Xingchen grabbed the wooden box in her hands. Chu Luiyue's eyelids twitched. Then, she saw Situ Xingchen open the wooden box. That goatskin scroll glowed faintly as it floated in front of Situ Xingchen. Situ Xingchen threw the wooden box down and slowly bit her fingertip. A drop of blood quickly flowed out. The next moment, she held the goatskin scroll in her hands and used her bleeding finger to lightly draw a line on it. Chu Luiyue stared at this scene closely and felt that she seemed to have overlooked something. After looking at it for a while, she finally understood what was going on. Situ Xingchen seemed to be controlled by something. At this moment, there was no longer any normal emotions in her pair of eyes. There was only endless craziness and murderous intent left. Her movements were stiff and slow, as if there was an invisible hand that was controlling everything about her. Chu Luiyue's gaze landed on the goatskin scroll again. Suddenly, her eyes focused. The picture that Situ Xingchen drew with her blood was clearly Chu. Chu Luiyue quickly threw the dagger in her hand. It went straight for Situ Xingchen. But at this moment, Situ Xingqian had already drawn the last line. The complete and strange picture appeared in front of her eyes. Ding! The dagger seemed to have hit something and suddenly bounced back. The next moment, the goatskin scroll slowly opened up. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 457. A blinding red light instantly exploded from the parchment and completely surrounded Situ Xingqian. Then, countless tiny cracks instantly appeared on Situ Xingqian's body. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. With a bang, Situ Xingqian fell to the ground and curled up into a ball. Her mind was blank, and she only felt pain and itchiness all over her body. It was as if thousands of ants were crazily biting her. Situ Xingqian almost instinctively scratched her body. Not only did she tear her clothes, but she even used her delicately manicured nails to leave streaks of blood on her skin. When her neck was scratched out of shape, she finally reached her hand to her face. Then, she scratched it harshly without hesitation. A few streaks of blood instantly covered half of her face. Her originally pretty face was ruined in an instant. It became ugly and scary. Ah! Situ Xingqian screamed hysterically. Upon seeing this scene, Chu Luiyue knitted his brows tightly. Situ Xingqian's body is clearly being taken over. Also, the person who wants to take over her body has a very high cultivation level. That's why her physical body couldn't withstand the terrifying suppression, and her skin and flesh were torn apart. It's no wonder I couldn't break the barrier on the parchment no matter what. It turns out that there's another cultivator's soul hidden inside. Situ Xingqian's body gradually stopped twitching. The moment the red light on her body disappeared, she slowly stood up and looked up at Chu Luiyue. That's a completely different pair of eyes. Unfamiliar, cold, and ruthless. Alarm bells rang in Chu Luiyue's heart, and he immediately retreated. But at this moment, Situ Xingqian raised her hand. Chu Luiyue only felt a strong suction force enveloping his entire body, and his entire body uncontrollably fell forward. Roar! Xue Xue roared angrily and jumped over. Situ Xingqian's gaze turned and coldly glanced at it. A huge blood-red barrier instantly appeared, blocking Xue Xue outside. Bang! Xue Xue slammed heavily into the barrier. However, the barrier wasn't damaged at all. Many ways to escape flashed across Chu Luiyue's mind, but she quickly realized that the force in her body was being suppressed by the other party's suppression. Under this terrifying suppression, her body almost couldn't move. The next moment, Situ Xingqian suddenly grabbed her neck. Chu Luiyue's neck tightened. Situ Xingqian looked at Chu Luiyue from above, and her lips curled into a cold smile. I really have to thank you. Even though it was the same face and voice, Chu Luiyue knew that this wasn't the real Situ Xingqian when she saw the pair of eyes. Without you, Xue Xue, and Situ Xue, and it. Chu Luiyue's neck was strangled, and her entire body was suspended in the air. As the hand kept tightening, Chu Luiyue's face gradually flushed red, and her chest felt so stifled that it was about to explode. Why you? Chu Luiyue wanted to say something, but she could only spit out a few words. She tried to pry Situ Xingqian's hand away, but she only felt sticky and sweet blood. Situ Xingqian watched her struggle as if she was watching a joke. Her eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Crack! Another crisp sound was heard. Situ Xingqian looked up. Dumpling had already rushed to the barrier she had set up and tried to bite an opening. But this time, it only left clear teeth marks on the surface. How can the barrier I personally set up be broken so easily? Her tone was light, but it was filled with unconcealed arrogance. Chu Luiyue was even more certain that this person had already taken over Situ Xingqian. Even if the real Situ Xingqian isn't dead, she's not far from it. Tuan Zi's face was full of resentment. She didn't believe it and bit down again. Crack! It was the same as before. Situ Xingqian seemed to be impatient as she turned her gaze and looked at Xue Xue. She then revealed a meaningful smile. This fiend is quite capable, but it's a pity that it's not yours. This sentence was naturally directed at Chu Liyue. But at this point, Chu Liyue's face was flushed red, and she was almost suffocating. She couldn't even say a single word. Situ Xingchen admired it for a while in satisfaction before slowly saying, I originally intended to kill you. I didn't plan to kill you, but since you've destroyed this body, don't blame me for being merciless. Chu Liyue suddenly raised her hand, and a cold glint flashed across her palm. The dagger instantly stabbed towards Situ Xingchen's wrist. But Situ Xingchen seemed to have expected it as she quickly reached out with her other hand and directly clamped Chu Liyue's wrist. She harshly twisted it. Kacha! Excruciating pain attacked her. Chu Liyue's vision turned black for a moment. It's just an eye for an eye. Situ Xingchen sneered, and her eyes were filled with intense murderous intent. The moment the bones in her hand broke, the dagger also landed in Situ Xingchen's hand. She held the dagger and pressed it against Chu Liyue's face. The cold touch made Chu Liyue's heart tremble. Your face is quite, This dagger. As Situ Xingchen spoke, her gaze suddenly landed on the dagger, and her eyes changed. Chu Liyue wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he vaguely saw a tinge of shock and fear on her face. Now is the time. Chu Liyue gathered all the strength in his body, hugged Situ Xingchen's wrist with both hands, and harshly twisted it. At the same time that she instinctively let go of her hand, she kicked her leg out. With the help of the rebound force, Chu Liyue finally broke free from Situ Xingchen's grip and jumped back. But this time, Situ Xingchen didn't immediately chase after him. Instead, she looked at Chu Liyue in confusion. Where did this dagger come from? Her tone was very anxious, and there seemed to be a tinge of fear in it. Chu Liyue knitted his brows. The person who asked this question wasn't the real Situ Xingchen but the person who took over her body. However, there doesn't seem to be anything special about this dagger, so why did she have such a reaction? Seeing that Chu Liyue didn't react, Situ Xingchen became even more anxious and took a step forward. Hurry up and say it. A thought suddenly flashed across Chu Liyue's mind. This dagger was given to me by Rong Xiu back then. Also, if I didn't remember wrongly, he seemed to have personally polished it. This should be the only one in the world, and other people shouldn't be able to recognize it. This person's reaction is really too strange. What if I don't want to say it? Chu Liyue asked word by word. Situ Xingchen chuckled. You don't want to say it, right? I naturally have my ways to make you say it clearly. The moment she said that, she quickly crossed her hands in front of her, and the force around her crazily surged. A ball of white flame quickly burned in front of her. Then, the flame split into two and completely surrounded Chu Liyue. Her figure was instantly surrounded by the scorching flame. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 458. The fire burned fiercely. It was as if it was going to burn everything to ashes. Lu Yu. Elder Yi couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Elder Zong Yi, who had been fighting for a long time, finally found a chance and punched Elder Ye's chest. Elder Ye's body trembled, and he only stabilized himself after taking a few steps back. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Elder Zong Yi looked at the burning fire. Chu Liyue's figure had almost disappeared. Humph. Yi Zhiding, it seems like your precious disciple is going to die this time. Elder Yi clenched his fists and looked at Elder Zong Yi as if he was looking at an idiot. Zong Yi. Has your brain been eaten by a dog? Can't you tell that Situ Xingchen's body has long been possessed? That woke him up from his dream. Upon hearing the word possessed, Elder Zong Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly looked at Situ Xingchen. He didn't notice it previously, but now that he looked at it again, he felt that everything was strange. He and Yi Zhiding were locked in a fight, so he didn't notice Situ Xingchen and Chu Liyue's situation. He only vaguely remembered that Situ Xingchen seemed to have gone through a shocking change, and her abilities suddenly increased by a lot. Previously, he thought that Situ Xingchen had become stronger because she had absorbed more energy. But now that he took a closer look, he realized that her aura seemed to be completely different from before. Every cultivator's aura was different. The current Situ Xingqian did seem to have become another person. Elder Yi wanted to twist Zhong Ye's head off and see what kind of trash was inside. As a stage 6 warrior, he didn't even notice this. But now, he only cared about Chu Luiyue. Elder Yi finally shook Elder Zhong Yi off while he was in a daze and went straight for Chu Luiyue. At the same time, Jian Fengqi, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and squinted his eyes. His attention was mostly on Situ Xingqian at this point. A soul that can possess a body is at least a stage 7 warrior when they were alive. Country Yao Chen may seem ordinary, but there are many secrets hidden in it. From the looks of it, Mu Qinghe had left a little too early and missed out on so many exciting shows. His gaze landed on the fire, and he raised his eyebrows. Although he felt that Chu Luiyue, Situ Xingqian, Situ Xingqian's SS. Situ Xingqian, and Situ Xingqian 2's to Situ. If anything were to happen, Mu Qinghe would definitely find trouble with him. Thinking of this, Jian Fengqi gently turned his palm in his sleeves, and light flashed beneath his feet. Just as he was about to rush up, he suddenly felt a biting cold aura flash past him from the side. He immediately became alert and turned his head to look in that direction. A black-robed figure quickly disappeared before his eyes. To Situ to him, where? Suddenly, he was shocked in his heart. This aura seems to be. Why are they here? Jian Fengqi moved. He had a strong urge to chase after Situ Xingqian. Just as he was about to follow Situ Xingqian caught sight of the fire again. Situ Xingqian stopped, turned, and walked toward Chu Luiyue. Qi Han paused. He heaved a sigh of relief after making sure that Jian Fengqi didn't follow him. He had been secretly following Chu Luiyue the whole time. The most important mission of the 13th Guard was to protect Her Highness. Now that Her Highness had reunited with Her Highness and the rest of the 13th Guard wasn't around, he took on this responsibility again. He was good at hiding. That was why he hadn't been discovered after following Situ Xingqian for so long. But when he saw that Her Highness was in danger, he was worried and accidentally leaked his aura, which was detected by Jian Fengqi. Fortunately, Situ Xingqian didn't follow Situ Xingqian. Qi Han was relieved. He looked at the white fire again and frowned. Her Highness is still a stage 3 warrior. Even though she's stronger than she looks, she's still lacking compared to before. Situ Xingqian's body has been taken over, and her combat power is above that of a stage 6 warrior. Her Highness shouldn't be able to handle it alone. Qi Han wanted to rush forward, but many people were watching. Once he did, he would be noticed. If he wasn't careful, he would suspect Her Highness's identity. Qi Han thought for a while. He finally decided to take action when he saw the fire burning more fiercely. No matter what, I have to save Her Highness first. But the moment he took a step forward, he heard a low and calm voice behind him. She can solve this problem by herself. Qi Han immediately turned around. A tall and slender figure came into view. His gaze froze when he saw the person's face. Princely, Rong Xiu. If you go out now, you'll bring her a lot of trouble. Don't you know? Rong Xiu was wearing a snow-colored brocade shirt and a black cloak. He had one hand behind his back, and he stood tall. His thin lips curved up slightly, and he had a faint smile on his face, making him look gentle and graceful. But his eyes and brows had a suppressive aura that couldn't be ignored, making one subconsciously submit to him. Qi Han stared at Rong Xiu without saying a word. He actually didn't know when Rong Xiu appeared behind him. Now that the two of them were confronting each other, he actually felt a faint threat from Rong Xiu. That was the suppressive aura that only the strong had. From this, it was enough to tell that Rong Xiu's skills were definitely above his. The air between the two of them seemed to have frozen, and it was stiff and stagnant. Rong Xiu wasn't worried that Qi Han would see through his skills. During this period, Qi Han had also been probing around Princely Mansion, so he must have realized that something was amiss. If the 13 Yu guards didn't even have this bit of ability, they didn't need to exist. They would only be a burden to her if they stayed by her side. Just as Chihan was hesitating on how to deal with this, a loud sound was suddenly heard. He immediately turned around to look. His pupils shrank. He saw a red flame suddenly rushing out from the burning white flame. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. With that ball of flame as the center, violent energy crazily swept out in all directions. The road paved with white jade was instantly smashed to smithereens and sent flying everywhere. The crimson flames covered the sky and engulfed the white flames with ease. It was almost a one-sided suppression. A slender and straight figure gradually became clear. Countless pairs of eyes stared at that figure. She walked out slowly, her black hair and clothes fluttering. Her eyes were piercingly cold. She was like the god of death who had walked out from the flames of hell. Everyone who saw this scene sucked in a breath of cold air. That was Chu Luiyue. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 459. Her entire body was burning with scarlet flames. Reflected in her eyes, it became a flickering flame. Her footsteps were neither fast nor slow, but every step she took felt like she was stepping on the crowd's hearts. Jian Fengqi and Elder Yi, who originally wanted to rush over to help her, subconsciously stopped. Chihan clenched his fists tightly and tried his best to control the waves in his heart. Her Highness is indeed Her Highness. Even if she's at a disadvantage, she can still survive. How many people in this world can do this? He could not help but turn around to look at Rongxiu, but he did not see any shock on Rongxiu's face. Instead, Rongxiu had a faint smile as if he had already expected all of this. This princely seems to be even more mysterious and powerful than I expected. Situ Xingqian's cold and fierce eyes suddenly cracked, revealing a tinge of shock and panic. For some reason, she felt a strong threat from Chu Luiyue. He's just a stage 3 warrior. Where did this suppression and aura come from? Chu Luiyue finally stood still and looked up at Situ Xingqian. She then raised her hand. A ball of crimson flames suddenly condensed in her palm. A terrifying pressure slowly spread out from the fireball. Situ Xingqian felt increasingly uneasy, and her throat became extremely dry. Chu Luiyue stared at her, and his lips suddenly curled up into a smile, but it was extremely cold. She enunciated every word clearly. I hate it when people snatch my things. It was so in the past, and it's even more so now. Situ Xingqian's heart suddenly sank, and she instinctively retreated. Chu Luiyue remained standing at his original spot, and he quickly waved his arm. Go! The fist-sized fireball immediately flew towards Situ Xingqian. Wherever it passed, a deep rut would appear on the ground. Situ Xingqian was fast, but it was even faster. The crowd only saw a fireball flying across the sky. The next moment, the fireball had already rushed in front of Situ Xingqian. Unable to avoid it, Situ Xingqian simply stopped and clenched her teeth. In the end, Chu Luiyue was only a stage 3 warrior. How strong could he be? She didn't believe that she couldn't even take a blow from Chu Luiyue. Thinking of this, Situ Xingqian rapidly gathered the force in her body, transformed it into a sickle-like blood-colored light blade, and flew forward. Chi! The blood-red light blade instantly split the fireball into two. Situ Xingqian snorted. That's all. Before she could finish speaking, her expression suddenly froze. Chu Luiyue's smile deepened. Originally, I wanted to do it myself. I didn't expect you to take the initiative. You saved me a lot of effort. Other than Situ Xingqian, nobody else could see that there was a transparent flame hidden in the middle of the red fireball. Chu Luiyue fused the two powers and delivered a fatal blow. The moment Situ Xingqian saw the transparent fire, she widened her eyes in shock. That was, whoosh. Two balls of flames swept over. Before Situ Xingqian could move, she felt an intense burning pain in her chest. She slowly lowered her head and saw that there was a bloody hole the size of a fist in her lower abdomen. Although it was a bloody hole, no blood actually flowed out. Due to the flame's terrifyingly high temperature, the skin and flesh around the wound were instantly charred, and the entire wound looked terrifying. However, the most important thing was that the pearl of essence was in her abdomen. When her abdomen was pierced, the pearl of essence inside was completely shattered. Sita Xingqian looked at the wound on her body and was dazed for a long time. It wasn't until she felt the origin power in her body begin to disperse uncontrollably that she finally came to her senses. You destroyed this physical body? She suddenly looked up, and her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. This was the chance that I waited for with much difficulty. It hadn't even been a quarter of an hour since she had successfully taken over this body. Chu Luiyue smiled. This physical body isn't worthy of you. You don't have to thank me. Sita Xingqian was about to go crazy. She had waited for so many years and put in so much effort, but in the end, it was so easily destroyed by Chu Luiyue. You are courting death. Sita Xingqian let out a sharp roar filled with hatred. However, her pearl of essence was already shattered, and she couldn't gather force with this body. The more she wanted to recover, the worse the situation was. It was as if the more she wanted to hold on to the sand in her hands, the faster it would flow away. She tried many times, but her pearl of essence was already destroyed, and it couldn't be recovered. Faced with Sita Xingqian's overwhelming murderous intent, Chu Luiyue didn't care at all and looked relaxed. Every time you possess a body, you'll use up a lot of force and might even damage yourself. I think you can't possess a second body now, right? Asked Chu Luiyue with a faint smile. Sita Xingqian was so angry that her face turned white. This was because Chu Luiyue was speaking the truth. Under such circumstances, it would be a fool's dream to possess Chu Luiyue's body again and kill her. Her expression changed, and ruthlessness flashed across her eyes. Bang! Sita Xingqian's body suddenly exploded. Xingqian! Elder Zhong Ye's face turned white in an instant. He looked at this scene in disbelief and felt that the world was spinning. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Sita Xingqian had been at Minghua Tianshan for many years, and he had always doted on her and even treated her as his own. Now that he suddenly saw this scene, it was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. His eyes instantly turned red, and he hated Chu Luiyue to the core. Chu Luiyue! Give me your life! Without waiting for him to rush over, Elder Yi blocked him once again. Elder Zhong Yi was about to go crazy. Yi Zhiding! Chu Luiyue killed Xingqian, and this debt isn't over. Elder Yi was so angry that he laughed. Sita Xingqian already died when she was possessed. If you want to blame someone, you should blame the person who possessed her. Why are you blaming my disciple? If they did it, they would admit it. If they didn't do it, they definitely wouldn't take the blame. The reason why Sita Xingqian was possessed was clearly because she crazily swallowed the bronze cauldron's energy until she summoned that spiritual body. She just reaped what she sowed. If she knew this would happen, why did she do it back then? Elder Zhong Ye's face turned red and white, and the veins on his forehead and neck popped up as if he was on the verge of breaking down. However, he couldn't say anything to rebut him. This was because he knew deep down that Yi Zhiding was right. However, it was impossible for him to admit it just like that. This is all because of Chu Luiyue. If it weren't for her, Xingqian definitely wouldn't have ended up like this. As he spoke, he directly shouted at Chu Luiyue angrily. Chu Luiyue! A life for a life. I, Zhong Yi, and the entire Xing Luo won't let you off. However, Chu Luiyue didn't even look at him. After Sita Xingqian's physical body exploded, she saw a blood-red ray of light quickly darting out. This person is actually planning to escape. Digression, there are 2 more updates later. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 460. Qi. That ball of red shot into the air and tore a hole in the deep Xian array. The red-tailed flood dragon let out an angry roar. But that ball of red pierced through its tail. Crash! The huge deep Xian array was completely broken. It turned into countless streaks of light and scattered in all directions. It looked like that thing was about to escape. Chu Liuyue's heart tightened. Just as she was about to chase after it, a silver sword suddenly pierced through the air. The sound of the sword was like thunder. When it entered her ears, it seemed to reach straight to her heart. Chu Liyue seemed to have sensed something and looked up. She saw that the sword drew a bright arc in the air and quickly pierced toward that ball of red light. Clang! The sword pierced the ground and directly nailed that thing to death. Chu Liyue's eyes flashed. A normal sword could not possibly nail a spirit body, especially one that was rather powerful. It was obvious that the pressure from the long sword was suppressing him. She was very familiar with the aura on it. She looked in the direction of the sword and instantly met a pair of deep eyes. Her heart suddenly felt like it had been hit by something soft. It was indeed him. However, this feeling did not last long because she immediately realized that the person standing beside Rong Xiu was Qi Han. These two people were actually together. Chu Liuyue's heart instantly skipped a few beats. Rong Xiu and Qi Han. What did they say? Did they know each other's identities? Rong Xiu was easy to deal with, but what about Qi Han? Rong Xiu was very resourceful. If he really wanted to know something, Chu Liyue was full of doubts. The atmosphere between Rong Xiu and Qi Han became tense again. Why did you suddenly attack? Qi Han suddenly turned around and questioned in a deep voice. Just now, it was Rong Xiu who said that Her Highness could handle everything by herself. That was why he suppressed the worry in his heart and did not rush forward. But in the blink of an eye, Rong Xiu was caught off guard and attacked. Rong Xiu glanced at Qi Han and smiled faintly. Because, this prince is her fiancé. So calm and collected. So self-righteous. Qi Han's eyes widened as he suddenly realized something. You did it on purpose. In that case, Rong Xiu naturally became the first person to help His Highness. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. This prince is only thinking for you, His tone was light, as if he didn't think of anything else. Qi Han did not speak for a long time. Rong Xiu's words made sense. Now that Her Highness had not yet returned to the Tianling dynasty, if Her Highness's plan failed because of him, then he could only apologize with his death. But Rong Xiu was obviously selfish. There won't be a next time. Qi Han said coldly. Rong Xiu's eyebrows moved slightly, and his smile deepened. You, is my fiancé, so this is what I should do. Qi Han clenched his fists. If he didn't know that Her Highness really liked Prince Li, he would definitely have attacked by now. He really didn't know what Her Highness saw in him. Seeing that Qi Han and Rong Xiu seemed to be talking about something, Chu Liyue was even more curious. However, she was quite a distance away from them, so she couldn't hear anything at all. She made up her mind to clean up the mess here as soon as possible and then find the two of them to clarify things. Thinking of this, she walked to the side of the long sword and surrounded the soul with flames. A cry of agony could be heard instantly. Chu Liyue glanced at the small fireball and was surprised to find that the person's aura was rapidly weakening. The hellfire of the heavenly square cauldron can burn everything in the world, especially this soul. The legendary three-eyed eagle's voice suddenly echoed in her heart. As long as it is condensed in the heavenly square cauldron, it will disappear completely very soon. Chu Liyue widened her eyes slightly. Really? Then aren't you also? The legendary three-eyed eagle's physical body was destroyed, and now only a soul was left. However, it had also stayed in here for thousands of years, hadn't it? How can such a lowly person be compared to my race? The legendary three-eyed eagle's voice was filled with undisguised pride. Chu Liyue thought that it made sense. After all, the legendary three-eyed eagle was a divine beast, so ordinary cultivators naturally couldn't compare. Although this cultivator seemed to have some background, you want his power? From the scream just now, she could already tell that this seemed to be a middle-aged man. The legendary three-eyed eagle was silent for a moment before finally admitting. That's right. The power in his soul can help me recover my cultivation. Chu Luyue chuckled lightly. He was quite honest. Ever since she discussed with the legendary three-eyed eagle to help it last time, the relationship between them was not as tense as before. In her opinion, it was a good thing. With a thought, she called the fireball back into her body and threw the soul into the heavenly square cauldron. The moment that scarlet ball appeared, endless transparent karmic fire surged up. It completely drowned it. Ah, the cries of pain became even more mournful, but they soon became weaker. Chu Luyue said in her heart, let's keep him alive first. She might be able to get something out of him later. Whether it was the bronze cauldron, the sheepskin scroll, or his reaction when he saw the dagger that Rong Xiu gave her. Chu Luyue pulled out the long sword. Suddenly, her shoulder sank. It was Tuanzi who rushed over. Chu Luyue smiled and patted its head. From the corner of her eye, she saw that Shueshue was still hesitating on the spot. Its eyes would occasionally drift to the long sword in her hand. Shueshue, thank you for today. Chu Luyue roughly knew what it was thinking, so she couldn't help but smile and walk over. Shueshue then leaned in front of her. Its gaze swept across her wrist, and it revealed a tinge of heartache as it went closer and gently licked it. Chu Liyue's heart warmed up. It's just a flesh wound. I'll be fine after some rest, Hong Long. A sudden clap of thunder came from the dark clouds. In the direction of Qinghe Hall, a figure shot up to the sky. Chu Luyue focused her gaze and was instantly stunned. That person is actually Emperor Zhouwen. The key is that he seems to be breaking through to peak stage 6. Digression, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 461. Vigorous origin power surged around his body, and the seal above his head had almost completely disappeared. Chu Luyue previously knew that Emperor Zhouwen wasn't weak, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. The current him has actually reached the peak of stage 6. But he hasn't stopped. A ridiculous guess suddenly surfaced in Chu Liyue's mind. If the seal completely disappears and Emperor Zhouwen's abilities break through again, as if to prove my guess, the surrounding heaven and earth force crazily surged into Emperor Zhouwen's body as the last stroke on the seal gradually disappeared. The aura on his body was still constantly strengthening. If Chu Luyue was already like this, what about the other people who didn't know anything? When Emperor Zhouwen's figure appeared in midair and revealed his true cultivation level, almost everyone was stunned. That's His Majesty? It really is His Majesty. Wasn't he escorted to Qinghe Hall previously? Why is he, stage 6 warrior? His Majesty is actually a stage 6 warrior? The crowd discussed fervently, and the last sentence finally woke them up. The few family heads standing at one side exchanged glances and fell into an eerie silence. This happened too suddenly, and it was too horrifying. Everyone in country Yaochen knew that Emperor Zhouwen's cultivation talent could barely be considered not bad. Compared to a real genius, it wasn't worth mentioning. In addition to the many years of living like a prince, one didn't need to think to know that Emperor Zhouwen's combat skills were very weak. Even just a moment ago, the patriarchs were thinking the same thing. If not, Emperor Zhouwen wouldn't have lost so quickly when Rongjiu barged in, and he wouldn't have been in such a pathetic state. But now, it seemed like the rich strength and formidable suppression clearly came from Emperor Zhouwen's body. This meant that he was different from Situ Xingchen, who kept absorbing strength to break through. He was clearly hiding his true strength. But now, he was finally able to display his true strength. Someone suddenly asked, "What's the third prince's matter? Where's the third prince?" The crowd was suddenly jolted awake. Rongjiu just went to find Emperor Zhouwen. Who would have thought that things would take a 180-degree turn in such a short period of time? Rongjiu was clearly at a disadvantage now. Even if he had outstanding battle achievements, he was definitely not a match for a rank 6 warrior. In actual fact, Rongjiao was in a better state than the crowd had imagined, as he was only slightly injured. When he arrived outside Qinghe Hall, he coincidentally saw Emperor Jiawen cultivating. Just as he was about to enter, Emperor Jiawen rushed up to the sky and didn't even care about him. That minor injury was only caused by the shock waves of energy. However, the shock in his heart was 10,000 times heavier than that. He looked up at Emperor Jiawen, whose abilities kept increasing, and tightly knitted his brows as many emotions flashed across his eyes. Shock, doubt, disbelief. After a while, he suddenly laughed. Wei Lin, who was following closely behind, immediately asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Rongjiao shook his head and laughed even louder, but there was no smile in his eyes. So this was his imperial father. It turned out that what he had seen all these years was just an illusion. He thought that he knew a lot about his father, but in the end, he realized that he knew nothing at all. That man had become a completely different person. No, or rather, he was originally like that. After Emperor Jiawen appeared, the red-tailed flood dragon seemed to become even more anxious and uneasy. It seemed like it wanted to go forward, but it was always hesitant as it looked at Emperor Jiawen with a complicated gaze. Chu Luiyue glanced at it, patted Shui, and softly asked, "Why? Why do I feel that the red-tailed flood dragon seems to hate Emperor Jiawen? But at the same time, it's a little fearful?" Shui rubbed its head against Chu Luiyue's palm and softly whimpered to express its affirmation. Dumpling nodded even more crazily. "It's so obvious. The red-tailed flood dragon clearly wants to get rid of Emperor Jiawen completely. But for some reason, it didn't do anything." Chu Luiyue was even more confused. This deep Xian formation is Country Yao Chen's palace's defensive formation, and the red-tailed flood dragon is suppressed under it. Logically speaking, it should be on the same side as Country Yao Chen's royal family. Where did this inexplicable disgust and hatred come from? It can't be because it supported Rongjiao's ascension. That has nothing to do with it. At this point, the seal above Emperor Jiawen's head completely disappeared. Emperor Jiawen's violent aura surged. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. The wind howled. This is the sign of a breakthrough. Chu Luiyue held his breath. Emperor Jiawen is actually going to directly break through and become a stage 7 warrior? Hong long long. Following this loud sound, a silver ray of light suddenly descended from the sky. The dark sky was much brighter because of this ray of light. Then, a second ray of light and a third ray of light appeared. It was as if there was a silver waterfall falling from the clouds. A gigantic canopy emitted a dazzling light. A vast suppression descended. Some people couldn't take it anymore and knelt down as they watched this scene agitatedly. Chu Luiyue slowly clenched his fists, and he almost couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Emperor Jiawen actually summoned Heaven's canopy. This is the sign that he's about to break through and become a stage 7 warrior. But looking at Emperor Jiawen's expression, he didn't seem surprised at all. It was as if he had long expected all of this. Under countless gazes, Emperor Jiawen slowly raised his hand and reached for Heaven's canopy. "Hold on." A low and lazy voice suddenly sounded. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 462. Emperor Jiawen suddenly paused in his actions, and he abruptly turned around. A tall figure appeared in front of the crowd. He slowly walked over with a casual smile on his devilish face. His eyes were as deep and pure as the night sky, and he was surrounded by an indescribable aura as if he didn't belong to this world. It was Rongxiao. Chu Luiyue widened her eyes slightly. This was because the aura on Rongxiao's body became stronger with every step he took. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd gasped in shock. That's Princely? Isn't Princely weak and sick all year round? Now, he actually broke through to become a stage 3 warrior. No. He's a stage 4 warrior now. In the face of this sudden change, almost everyone was stunned on the spot. But Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat. Is Rongxiu planning to show his true abilities? Why you? Emperor Zhaoan stared closely at Rongxiu, and his face changed a few times. You're not sick. But Rongxiu didn't immediately answer his question. Instead, he walked straight to Chu Liyue and stood still. He looked down, held her hand, and gently slid his fingers across her broken wrist. A warm and strong force instantly entered her body. Your Highness, actually, you don't have to worry about. Chu Liyue originally wanted to say that he didn't have to worry about this injury since she was a celestial physician herself. She had already treated it briefly before, and it would heal on its own after some time. But when she met Rongxiu's deep and gentle gaze, her heart warmed, and she swallowed her words. Sorry, I'm late. Chu Liyue lightly shook her head. Qi Han, who was hiding in the dark, looked even colder. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing Rongxiu's words, Chu Liyue felt a little uneasy. What are you planning to do? He had painstakingly hidden it for so many years, so why did he have to reveal it all today? Rongxiu's thin lips curved slightly. I'm just putting an end to it. Chu Liuyue's heart tingled as he instinctively looked up at Emperor Zhaoan, who was in midair. A moment later, she gently held his hand. All right. While the two of them were talking, Rongxiu's aura had already broken through to a stage 5 warrior. After confirming that Chu Liyue was fine, Rongxiu turned around to look at Emperor Zhaoan. At this point, if Emperor Zhaoan still couldn't tell what was going on, he would have wasted his many years on the throne. Rongxiu. You were lying to me all this time. Not only was he not sick, but his cultivation was also extremely outstanding. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have reached this level at his current age. No. Rongxiu did not seem to have stopped. He was about to break through the middle stage of the 5th stage. Rongxiu smiled lightly. I'm just learning from you, father. Haven't you been like this for so many years? Emperor Zhaoan was dazed. Then, he suddenly realized something as shock flashed across his eyes. Why, you already knew? Rongxiu smiled and didn't say anything, clearly admitting to it. Emperor Zhaoan was instantly flustered, and his aura was messy. Even the heavens canopy in front of him became a little illusory. Since when? What else do you know? Emperor Zhaoan's face had a rare look of panic and nervousness. Chu Liyue squinted his eyes. She had never seen such an expression on Emperor Zhaoan's face before. It was as if a secret that had been hidden for many years had suddenly been discovered. It was reasonable for him to be shocked. When the surrounding people saw the current Rongxiu, they also had the same reaction. But where did this nervousness and panic come from? Mother has already passed away for many years. Father, you really don't have to be so worried. Rongxiu's tone was calm as if he were talking about someone else's matters. Emperor Zhaoan felt as if he was struck by lightning. Rongxiu must have known everything. The anger from being lied to previously suddenly disappeared, and guilt and hatred rapidly surged in Emperor Zhaoan's heart. Rongxiu, what happened back then wasn't what you think it was. I had my reasons back then. It seemed like he wanted to explain himself. However, Rongxiu wasn't interested in listening. He still smiled gently and lazily, but his eyes seemed to be frozen with a thick layer of ice. The past is the past. If you say this now, Mother won't be able to hear it. As for me, I'm just here today to fulfill Mother's last wish. As he spoke, his cold gaze landed on the item hanging around Emperor Zhaoan's neck, and he smiled meaningfully. You still used this item in the end, didn't you? Emperor Zhaoan's face quickly darkened. He seemed to have instantly aged by more than 10 years. No, I was forced to. He clenched his fists, and his face was filled with conflict and pain. First, it was the Empress, then it was Rongxiu. Everyone is betraying me. If I don't retaliate, I'll be completely trapped in this palace. My years of hard work will go to waste. How can I accept this? If these people didn't force me to this step, why would I do this? Slight mockery flashed across Rongxiu's face. Some people are always the best at finding excuses for themselves. Emperor Jiawen suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "What did you just say?" "You just said that you want to help her fulfill her last wish." "What is it?" "If I can help, I'll definitely do my best." "Father, are you serious?" Rongxiu raised his brows as if he were wavering. Emperor Jiawen harshly nodded. "I'm the one who let her down. I can make it up to her. Mother said that she doesn't want to see you step into heaven's canopy. Especially with her power." Rongxiu's gaze was cold as he said every word clearly. "She wants you to stay here forever, and you can't leave even if you die." Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios, mobile users, please browse and read. Chapter 463. The blood on Emperor Jiawen's face instantly drained, and he was as pale as a sheet. He opened his mouth and seemed to have used up all his strength to ask, "What's the matter?" She really said that? She really hates me to the core. I'll do my best to fulfill Mother's dying wish," said Rongxiu lightly. The conversation between the two of them caused everyone present to be confused. Back then, Emperor Jiawen doted on Consort One a lot, but it seemed like Consort One had a deep hatred for Emperor Jiawen. Everything about Heaven's canopy was even more mystifying. Why is this Consort One's last wish? A thought suddenly surfaced in Chu Liuyue's mind. Could it be that Rongxiu's birth mother is someone from Heaven's canopy? This is the only way to explain why Rongxiu has such outstanding talent and abilities, as well as the previous battle outside Heaven's canopy. Emperor Jiawen's expression changed, and he seemed to make up his mind in the end as he said solemnly, "Rongxiu, I've let your mother down, but there's nothing I can do about it. Originally, I didn't plan to go to Heaven's canopy, but I have to go now." Heaven's canopy was right in front of him. As long as he continued to break through, he could successfully enter. That was a completely different world. After Consort Wan's death, he was filled with regret. He even hid his abilities and did nothing for so many years. Originally, he had wanted to live the rest of his life peacefully, but now, as long as he took a step forward, everything would be different. The scales in his heart had already tilted to one side. However, Rongxiu was unmoved and smiled faintly. "It's fine if you want to go as long as you return that item to me." Emperor Jiawen's expression changed. "You want to snatch this item away? It originally belonged to Mother. How can you say that I snatched it away?" Slight mockery flashed across Rongxiu's eyes. Besides, Mother never agreed to leave this item to me. Back then, he had used all sorts of methods to obtain this item. Rather than saying that he had snatched it, it was more likely that he had snatched it from his mother. After being exposed by Rongxiu, Emperor Jiawen was very embarrassed, and he flew into a rage. "Rongxiu, over the years, we have never mistreated you. Is this how you treat me?" He had thought that Rongxiu was born with a weak body. He had even spent a long time looking for a celestial physician to treat him. In the end, it was just a scam. Rongxiu's eyebrows moved slightly and he suddenly laughed. "Imperial Father, if you knew about this earlier, would you still treat me like this?" Emperor Jiawen suddenly choked, and his face flushed red, but he couldn't say a single word. Rongxiu's expression became even more sarcastic. If Emperor Jiawen knew that there was nothing wrong with his body and that he was very talented, he would have done something to him long ago. How could there be such a day? The so-called good was built on the basis that Rongxiu wouldn't pose any threat to him. Just like how he always said how much he loved his mother, wasn't he the one who hurt her the most in the end and even caused her to die of depression? To Rongxiu, Emperor Jiawen's words were a joke. Seeing Rongxiu's penetrating gaze, Emperor Jiawen swallowed his words of defense. Finally, all the emotions on his face disappeared, and only coldness was left. "If you want to stop me, we'll have to see if you have the ability." Then, he started to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth force again. The seal had already disappeared, and all the energy in his body had already flowed out. As long as he broke through the last stage 7 warrior barrier, he could successfully enter heaven's canopy. Rongxiu raised his hand. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang. The silver longsword that was previously stabbed into the ground quickly flew over and landed in his hands. He crossed his legs and tightly held the sword with both hands as he stared closely at Emperor Jiawen. Sword up. Sword down. An incomparably tyrannical sword chi swept across. The jade slabs on the ground shattered and flew up into the air. Then, they silently turned into powder in the terrifying sword aura. When Emperor Jiawen saw Rongxiu attack, he already felt that something was amiss. When he saw the sword aura coming straight for him, his heart skipped a beat. Rongxiu's abilities have actually reached that of a stage 6 warrior. When a cultivator was breaking through, they usually needed to focus. The higher their cultivation level, the more so. Emperor Jiawen originally wanted to set up a barrier to block all attacks. But once Rongxiu attacked, he knew that he couldn't do it. Helplessly, he could only temporarily stop and turn around to receive Rongxiu's attack. Mountain and river fall. A blue origin power gushed out from his palm. Then, it was the second and third force. The force that surged out was like a stream that quickly merged together and became a raging river. Vaguely, one could even hear the sound of the water flowing. That river-like origin power poured down in torrents. The sharp sword aura immediately arrived. The two forces harshly clashed against each other. In an instant, the sword aura entered the river, and water splashed everywhere. Emperor Jiawen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But the next moment, he saw that the blue river suddenly split in the middle. It completely split into two. Emperor Jiawen's expression froze. The sword aura's attack didn't seem to weaken at all. The force contained in the sword aura was even stronger than expected. Then, the sword aura went against the flow. The strong aura made Emperor Jiawen's entire body tense up. Voila! His force was completely pierced through. That sword aura went straight for his face. He went on his toes and rapidly retreated. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a biting cold wind coming from behind him. Without thinking, he dodged to the side. He hurriedly looked over and realized that the one attacking him was actually the red-tailed flood dragon. Roar! When the red-tailed flood dragon didn't hit its target, it became even more irritable. Half of the sky reverberated with its low and forceful roar. The spectators on the ground were also affected by the strong suppression, and their expressions changed. Those who weren't strong enough even directly vomited blood. However, that suppression didn't land on Chu Luiyue. There seemed to be an invisible barrier that blocked the red-tailed flood dragon suppression. Chu Luiyue surveyed her surroundings and blinked. So many people were affected, but why wasn't she affected? Then, her gaze landed on Xue Xue. I'm a legendary fiend. What's a mere red-tailed flood dragon to me? The legendary three-eyed eagle's voice suddenly sounded. Chu Luiyue was enlightened. She had forgotten about this. The legendary three-eyed eagle was in my dantian. Even though outsiders didn't know about it, fiends were very sensitive to such things. That red-tailed flood dragon is the fiend guarding country Yao Chen's palace. Why would it attack Emperor Jiawen? Chu Luiyue softly muttered. Just as she was secretly confused, that sword aura had already landed on Emperor Jiawen. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from IUN. Chapter 464. Emperor Jiawen originally wanted to avoid it, but the sword aura was too fast. Chew! The cold aura brushed past his neck. Kacha! The item hanging on his neck suddenly broke. It flew toward Rongxiu. Emperor Jiawen was shocked and immediately reached out to snatch it, but he still missed it by a hair's breadth. Just as he was about to chase after it, the red-tailed flood dragon rushed forward again. It swung its tail and slapped Emperor Jiawen. Emperor Jiawen was caught off guard, and his back was harshly hit. His body flew out uncontrollably. At this point, that item had already landed in Rong Xiu's hands. Chu Luiyue focused on it and saw that it was actually a black bone necklace with a ring hanging on it. The ring was bronze in color, and there seemed to be mysterious black patterns carved on it, making it look very mysterious. Rong Xiu looked down at the ring, and his long black eyelashes covered his eyes. He pressed his thin lips against each other, and his jade-like chin seemed to tense up for a moment. His face didn't reveal any expression, but Chu Luiyue's heart suddenly ached. Rong Xiu. Return the item to me. Emperor Jiawen forcefully stabilized his body and hurriedly looked at Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu's expression changed slightly as he flipped his wrist and kept the ring. If Mother was still around, she definitely wouldn't agree to let me return the item to you. You. Emperor Jiawen originally wanted to argue, but he couldn't say anything when he met Rong Xiu's deep and penetrating eyes. It was as if every word he said would cause him to be mocked even more deeply. Just as he was feeling very conflicted, the red-tailed flood dragon rushed forward again. The man and the fiend were in a fight. Emperor Jiawen's current strength was at the peak of stage 6, and the red-tailed flood dragon was a 7th-grade fiend. Logically speaking, they should be able to fight to a draw. But very quickly, Emperor Jiawen was at a disadvantage, and he kept retreating. More importantly, the force in his body seemed to be continuously spreading in all directions, and his aura gradually weakened. Not long after, his level actually dropped by a stage. But this was only the beginning. As time passed, the red-tailed flood dragon left more and more wounds on his body. In the end, Emperor Jiawen couldn't retaliate at all. His realm had even fallen below that of a rank 4 warrior. Bang! Emperor Jiawen finally couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground harshly. In an instant, dust flew everywhere. He clutched his chest and coughed violently a few times. His mouth was full of blood, and he was on the verge of death. Rong Xiu did not seem to be interested in these things. He turned around and walked towards Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue could not help but ask in a low voice, "That red-tailed flood dragon seems to have a grudge against His Majesty." Rong Xiu smiled faintly and said carelessly, "That's right. It once received Mother's grace." So that was the case. Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. Then, he carefully sized up Rong Xiu and sighed in his heart. I never asked Rong Xiu why he purposely pretended to be sick. Previously, I always thought that he did it for the throne, but I didn't expect him to do it for the person sitting on the throne. He schemed for so many years just to deal with Emperor Jiawen. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly felt a gaze coming from the side. She turned around to look. Rong Jiu looked at Rong Xiu with a complicated expression. He was not stupid. After so many things had happened, he had more or less guessed it. "Seventh brother, I have something to talk to you about in private. I wonder if you have time now?" Rong Xiu lightly smiled and nodded. Okay. Outside Taihe Palace, Chu Luiyue and Elder Yi were talking. "Mentor, don't worry. These are all small injuries. They'll heal after some time." Chu Luiyue looked at Elder Yi in front of him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ever since Rong Xiu and Rong Jiu entered Taihe Palace to discuss, Elder Yi kept asking her questions, afraid that there was something wrong with her body. "Didn't you already take my pulse? Don't you even trust yourself?" Elder Yi coughed. "I'm just worried about you." Thinking about everything that happened previously, he still felt a little scared. If it weren't for my disciple being outstanding and strong enough, it would have been really dangerous. Chu Luiyue decisively changed the topic. "Elder Zhongyi has already left?" Elder Yi sneered. "Situ Xingchen is already dead. Why is he still here? If he continues, he'll be the next to die." Chu Luiyue pondered for a moment. Elder Zhongyi seems to be a very vengeful person. What happened today? That fellow has always been like this. However, he doesn't dare to leak this news to Mingyue Tianshan. If not, even he will have to bear the consequences. Even though Zhongyi is a stage 6 warrior, he doesn't dare to mess around. Chu Luiyue didn't say anything. Elder Zhong Yi has a very good relationship with Situ Xingchen. If not, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to save her personally. Now that he personally saw Situ Xingchen die in front of him, she felt that he wouldn't take it lying down. Also, country Xing Luo's Situ Xingchen is the eldest princess after all. Situ Yan dotes on his daughter a lot. In his anger, he might do something. Elder Yi waved his hand. Don't worry. Situ Yan won't dare to mess around. Situ Xingchen swallowed the energy in the bronze cauldron to increase her abilities and even tried to kill you. She was in the wrong first. Furthermore, she was taken over later on. At that moment, she was already dead. In the end, she reaped what she sowed. Everyone could see it clearly. How could Situ Yan still have the face to mention this? No matter how much he likes Situ Xingchen, he can't give up the entire country Xing Luo for her. Hence, in the end, everything can only be reduced to nothing. Chu Luiyue nodded slightly and looked at the tightly locked door. I wonder how their discussion went. Emperor Jiawen had already been locked up, and the red-tailed flood dragon was suppressed in the deep Xian formation again. The mess from before was more or less cleaned up by now. On the surface, everything seemed to be gradually returning to normal. But, everyone knew that the outcome was still in the hands of the two of them. Elder Yi followed his line of sight and let out a long sigh. I didn't expect that after so many years. It's still, Chu Luiyue suddenly asked, Emperor Jiawen. Master, did you already know that His Majesty? Elder Yi hesitated for a moment, nodded, and then shook his head. I only knew that His Majesty and Ryue had a falling out back then because he did something wrong to her, but I didn't know why he did it. Who can he blame for ending up in this state? Chu Luiyue thought for a while and asked, did Emperor Jiawen come from country Xing Luo? Consort One came from heaven's canopy? Elder Yi paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. I'm not sure about this. His Majesty met her by chance when he went out. He only said that she was the orphan of a fallen family, but nobody knows the details. Back then, she was doted on, and quite a few people secretly investigated her background, but they didn't find anything. Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. If that was the case, it would make sense. Creak. Taihe Palace's door suddenly opened. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 465. Chu Luiyue and Elder Yi looked up at the same time. Not far behind the two of them, the various family heads were all quiet as they looked over. A figure walked out of it. Within a night, country Yaochen had a shocking change. First, Rongjiu rebelled, occupied the imperial city, and forced the emperor to abdicate. Then, country Xing Luo's eldest princess, Situ Xingchen, swallowed a strange force and continuously broke through. She tried to kill Chu Luiyue, but she was eventually killed. Finally, Prince Li, Rongxiu, fought with Emperor Jiawen to take back his birth mother, concubine Wan, and won with one strike. Too many things happened on this day, and they quickly spread throughout the entire imperial city. Nobody thought of keeping the news a secret. In fact, with such a big commotion, it was simply impossible to pretend that nothing had happened. Besides, the fight for the throne had huge implications. All the family heads personally saw everything that happened, so they would definitely tell their family members so that they would know how to deal with the situation. At that moment, everyone in the imperial city was talking about this. Very quickly, the latest news came. The third prince, Rongjiu, ascended the throne, and Prince Li, Rongxiu, chose to return to Mingyue Tianshan. As for Emperor Jiawen, he was sent to Qingyi Palace to live out his remaining years as the Emperor Emeritus. Everyone had different opinions about this result. After all, everyone already knew that Rongxiu wasn't really sick. On the contrary, he was very talented in cultivation, and he was very capable. Previously, many people guessed that he and Rongjiu would fight for the throne. They didn't expect him to return to Mingyue Tianshan. As for Emperor Jiawen, what kind of ending would he have after being forcefully chased down from the throne? However, after Situ Xingchen died, country Xing Luo didn't have any reaction, as if they had directly ignored it. Princely Mansion, Bamboo Forest. Chu Luiyue and Rong Xiu sat opposite each other with a half-finished chessboard in between them. The wind blew, and the bamboo leaves rustled. Rong Xiu put down the chess piece in his hand. Do you think that I'm too unreasonable? Chu Luiyue looked up and asked in shock. Your Highness, why do you say that? Rong Xiu paused for a while. Chu Luiyue suddenly understood. Is he talking about Emperor Zhouwen? Your Highness naturally has your own difficulties and reasons for doing so. Chu Luiyue shook his head gently. As long as your Highness thinks it's right, then it's right. Rong Xiu's thin lips slightly raised. He suddenly leaned closer, fixed his eyes on her, and asked jokingly, Er's meaning is that no matter what this prince does, you will stand by this prince's side? His voice was low and lazy, and there was a careless smile at the corner of his mouth. Of course. Chu Luiyue looked into his deep eyes and said firmly. Her expression was so serious and sincere. Rong Xiu's heart seemed to be hit by something, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. Your Highness is mine. I will naturally protect your Highness. Chu Luiyue smiled, and her eyes curved as if she was joking. However, the gaze in her eyes was firm and unquestionable. Rong Xiu knew that she meant what she said. He kept quiet for a while and suddenly said, Actually, this isn't quite accurate. Why? Chu Luiyue was dazed. Rong Xiu's long fingers lightly tapped on the chessboard as if he was smiling. I'm not considered your man yet. His voice was exceptionally low, and his last syllable was slightly dragged out. When it landed in her ears, it was as if something was lightly scratching her heart. Chu Luiyue suddenly reacted and couldn't help but curse in her heart. Demon! I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Your Highness. I'm going to the Tianling dynasty now, and you're also going back to Mingyue Tianshan. I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other for a while. Rong Xiu raised his brows slightly. It seems like you're in a hurry. Chu Luiyue said faintly, You can't be in a hurry. You've already prepared everything for the wedding. At this point, Rong Xiu felt a little regretful. I've indeed planned to get married long ago, but too many things happened in between. I didn't expect it to be delayed until now. Now, both of them had things to do, so they definitely wouldn't be able to get married in time. Seeing that Rong Xiu seemed to be really disappointed, Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. In any case, there's an engagement. It doesn't make much of a difference whether we get married earlier or later, right? Rong Xiu looked at her meaningfully and smiled faintly. Of course there's a difference. I've been waiting for too long. A trace of doubt flashed across Chu Luiyue's heart. It had only been a few months since they first met. Why did Rong Xiu sound like he had been waiting for a long time? But as long as it's you, I can keep waiting. Sensing Rong Xiu's deep and gentle gaze, Chu Luiyue sighed softly. Actually, the road ahead was full of dangers and difficulties. She didn't know when she would see him again. Your Highness, are you really going back to Mingyue Tianshan? The matters in the imperial capital have already been settled. There's no need to continue staying. Then let's get married when I return from the Tianling dynasty. How about it? Rong Xiu's expression turned serious. After a moment, he bent down and kissed Chu Luiyue's forehead. Okay. His voice was light, but it contained too much. Patience, tolerance, waiting, love, and trust. Chu Luiyue lowered her eyes and thought for a long time. Finally, she seemed to have made up her mind. Your Highness, I have something to tell you. Rong Xiu nodded and pretended to listen. Chu Luiyue's lips were tightly pursed. She looked into Rong Xiu's eyes and said word by word, I'm going to the Tianling dynasty this time. The date of my return is not set. My enemy is there. Digression, Kavinka is dead. 4 updates today, 6 updates tomorrow. Happy 520 mobile users. Please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 466. The blood drained from Emperor Jia Wen's face, and he turned extremely pale. He opened his mouth and seemed to use all the strength in his body to ask, did she really say that? She really hated him to the core. Did she really say that? I will naturally do my best to fulfill my mother's request before she died, Rong Xiu said indifferently. The conversation between the two of them left almost everyone at the scene confused. Emperor Jia Wen had doted on concubine Wen a lot in the past. He had doted on her a lot. But now, it seemed that concubine Wen hated Emperor Jia Wen deeply. Furthermore, everything about the sky screen realm was even more confusing. Why was this concubine Wan's last wish? Chu Luiyue suddenly had a guess. Could it be that Rong Xiu's birth mother was someone from the sky screen realm? That was the only explanation for Rong Xiu's outstanding talent and strength, as well as the battle outside the sky screen realm. Emperor Jia Wen's expression changed several times. Finally, he seemed to have made up his mind. He said in a low voice, Rong Xiu, I have let your mother down. However, since things have come to this, there is nothing I can do. Originally, I had no intention of going to the sky screen realm. However, I have no choice but to go now. The sky screen realm was right in front of him. As long as he continued to break through, he would be able to enter it successfully. That was a completely different world. After concubine Wan's death, he had been filled with regret. He had even hidden his strength from then on, doing nothing for so many years. Originally, he had thought of living a peaceful life. However, if he took a step forward now, everything would be different. The balance in his heart had already tilted to one side. Rong Xiu was unmoved. He only smiled faintly. It's fine if you want to go, as long as you return that thing to me. Emperor Jia Wen's expression changed. You want to snatch that thing away? That thing originally belonged to my mother. How can you say that you want to snatch it away? A hint of mockery flashed across Rong Xiu's eyes. Furthermore, his mother had never agreed to leave this thing to him. Back then, he had used all sorts of methods to obtain this thing. Rather than snatching it away, he had snatched it from his mother. Having been exposed by Rong Xiu, Emperor Jia Wen was extremely embarrassed. In the end, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Rong Xiu. For so many years, I have never treated you unfairly. Is this how you treat me? He had thought that Rong Xiu was born with a weak body, and he had been distressed for a long time because of this. He had found countless doctors to treat him. In the end, it was just a scam. Rong Xiu's brows moved slightly, and he suddenly laughed. Imperial Father, if you had known about this earlier, would you still treat your son like this? Emperor Jia Wen suddenly choked. His face flushed red, but he couldn't say a single word. Rong Xiu's expression became more and more mocking. If Emperor Jia Wen had known that there was nothing wrong with his body and that his talent was excellent, he would have made a move on him long ago. How could there be a day like this? The so-called good was only built on the basis that he wouldn't pose any threat to him. Just like how he had always said how much he loved his mother, but in the end, wasn't he the one who hurt her the most and even caused her to die of depression? In Rong Xiu's opinion, Emperor Jia Wen's words were simply a joke. When he saw Rong Xiu's penetrating gaze, Emperor Jia Wen swallowed his words of defense. Finally, all the expression on his face disappeared, leaving only a cold and hard expression. You want to stop me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. After saying that, he once again began to devour the surrounding heaven and earth energy. The seal had already disappeared, and all the energy in his body had already surged out. As long as he broke through the final barrier of a stage 7 martialist, he could successfully enter the sky screen realm. Rong Xiu raised his hand. Buzz! The sound of a sword instantly rang out. The silver longsword that had been stabbed into the ground earlier quickly flew over and landed in his hand. His feet shifted slightly, both hands gripping the sword hilt tightly as he stared intently at Emperor Jianghu. The sword rose. The sword fell. An incomparably tyrannical sword aura swept across. The jade slabs on the ground shattered and flew into the air. Then, they were silently annihilated into dust by the terrifying sword aura. When Emperor Jianghu saw Rongxiu make a move, he already had a bad feeling. When he saw that sword aura heading straight for him, his heart skipped a beat. Rongxiu's strength had actually reached a stage 6 martialist. When cultivators were breaking through, they often needed to focus. The higher the level, the more it was so. Emperor Jianghu originally planned to set up an enchantment to block all attacks outside. But the moment Rongxiu made a move, he knew that it would not work. Helpless, he could only stop temporarily and turn around to receive Rongxiu's attack. Mountains and rivers fall. A blue origin power surged out from his palm. Then, a second, a third. The surging origin power was like streams, quickly fusing together, turning into a surging river. Vaguely, one could even hear the sound of surging water. That river-like origin power poured down in torrents. The piercingly cold sword aura arrived in an instant. The two forces collided fiercely. In an instant, that sword aura sank into the river, splashing water everywhere. Emperor Jianghu secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. But in the next moment, he saw that the blue river suddenly split in the middle. Completely split into two parts. The expression on Emperor Jianghu's face suddenly froze. The attack on that sword aura did not seem to be weakened at all. The power contained in the sword chi was even stronger than he had expected. Following that sword aura went all the way up. The tyrannical aura caused Emperor Jianghu's entire body to tense up. Swish. His origin power was completely pierced. That sword aura headed straight for his face. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and quickly retreated. But at this moment, he suddenly felt as if a biting cold wind was attacking his back. Without thinking, he dodged to the side. Hurriedly looking to the side, he found that the one attacking him was actually the scarlet-tailed flood dragon. Roar! Missing its attack, the scarlet-tailed flood dragon became even more irritable. Half the sky reverberated with its deep and powerful roar. The onlookers on the ground also felt this powerful pressure, and their expressions all changed. Some of the weaker ones even directly vomited blood. But that pressure did not fall on Chu Liuyue's body. Imperceptibly, there seemed to be a transparent barrier that blocked the scarlet-tailed flood dragon's pressure outside. Chu Liuyue looked around and blinked. So many people were affected, but why was she the only one not? After that, her gaze descended onto Xue Xue. I am a divine beast. What is a mere scarlet-tailed flood dragon to me? The three-eyed godly eagle's voice suddenly sounded. Chu Liuyue suddenly understood. She had forgotten about this. The three-eyed godly eagle was in her dantian. Although outsiders did not know about it, demonic beasts were very sensitive to such things. That scarlet-tailed flood dragon is the guardian demonic beast of the Yaochen kingdom. Why would it attack Emperor Jianghu now? Chu Liuyue murmured. Just as she was feeling puzzled, the sword chi had already landed on Emperor Jianghu's body. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Chapter 467. It was quiet in the bamboo forest. Only the sound of the bamboo leaves rustling in the wind could be heard. Chu Liuyue felt that everything around her seemed to have stopped in an instant. Only the eyebrows of the person in front of her were exceptionally clear. Her voice was light and seemed to dissipate in the wind in an instant. However, she knew that Rongxiu had heard it. This was her biggest secret. She originally thought that it would be difficult to say it out loud. However, in the face of their impending separation, she realized that it was much easier to be honest with Rongxiu than she had imagined. This was because she really wanted to continue being with him. Rongxiu's eyes seemed to surge with emotions. After a moment, he looked into her eyes and said, "If you can't go back, I'll go." Chu Luiyue was suddenly stunned. "Your Highness, why don't you ask me why I have enemies in the Tianling dynasty?" 10 years ago, she was just an abandoned good-for-nothing daughter of a declining aristocratic family in country Yaochen. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to have anything to do with the Tianling dynasty. However, Rong Xiu didn't seem surprised or curious. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he smiled. "I only care about whether your's revenge is satisfying." Chu Luiyue was stunned. Rong Xiu leaned close to her ear. His warm breath sprayed on her ear, causing it to heat up slightly. "Wherever goes, I will go too." The sky was clear and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Jian Fengqi flew on his sword, and Chu Luiyue stood behind him. "Are you really leaving just like that?" Jian Fengqi glanced at Chu Luiyue. "You won't be able to see your father and fiancé for a long time after this." Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows slightly. "Young Master Jian, can you help to bring them to the Tianling dynasty?" Jian Fengqi immediately said, "No." The Tianling dynasty's control was very strict. Everyone's identity had to go through heavy screening. In particular, the place they were heading to this time was the imperial capital of the Tianling dynasty, Xiling. Even if they could cross the heavens canopy and enter the Western Mausoleum, they would not be able to do so without a suitable reason and identity. Chu Luiyue shrugged. This time, her future was unknown, so it would be more convenient for her to go alone. Jian Fengqi glanced at her from head to toe, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into an evil smile. However, that Prince Li really hid himself well. With his strength, entering heaven's canopy shouldn't be a problem. Chu Luiyue glanced at him. Jian Fengqi seemed to be very interested in Rong Xiu and kept talking about him along the way. She shook her head again. He has his own plans. Seeing that Chu Luiyue was still as impenetrable as ever, the smile on Jian Fengqi's face finally disappeared, and he snorted. "I really don't know what you're thinking, being together with such a scheming person." Chu Luiyue couldn't be bothered with him. The two didn't speak again. After about an hour, they finally stopped at a mountain peak. Jian Fengqi jumped down and waved his sleeve lightly. Dust rose into the air. A teleportation array appeared in front of them. Chu Luiyue's eyes narrowed slightly, and she also jumped down and walked to Jian Fengqi's side. "This is the teleportation array that I used to come here." Jian Fengqi lifted his chin. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. This mountain peak was southeast of the imperial capital, and it was deserted. How could there be a teleportation array here? Seeing the shock and confusion on Chu Luiyue's face, Jian Fengqi thought that she was curious about the teleportation array, so he explained. "This teleportation array can quickly send us to heaven's canopy. But to reach the Tianling dynasty, we still have to pass through 2 more teleportation arrays." Chu Luiyue lightly nodded. Other than cultivators who were trying to break through to become Stage 7 warriors and could take the initiative to summon Heaven's Canopy, everyone else had to personally go to where Heaven's Canopy was before they could enter. However, she was curious about something else. "This teleportation array looks quite old." Jian Fengqi touched his chin. "That's right. It also doesn't look like it's commonly used. I know about this because Mu Qing has said that we can go from here. Actually, I was also very curious when I came here. There's actually a teleportation array that connects to Heaven's Canopy here. Emperor Zhaoan had been to the Tianling dynasty before, so there was such a teleportation array in the imperial capital. However, it was a little strange for it to appear in such a place. Maybe it was built by cultivators in the past." Jian Fengqi didn't pay much attention to the teleportation array. As he spoke, he gathered force in his palm and slapped it on the teleportation array. A silver light flashed, and the teleportation array was activated. The two of them instantly disappeared from their original spot. The surroundings were dark, and Chu Luiyue could only hear the sound of the endless space flowing past her ears. Luckily, Jian Fengqi had set up a barrier, so she didn't feel too much pressure. After some time, a ray of light finally appeared in front of her. Jian Fengqi said, "It's coming out soon." Chu Liuyue's heart suddenly tightened. The next moment, the sky brightened up. She only felt a huge force coming from behind and pushing her and Jian Fengqi out. She staggered a step before she steadied herself. "Look! This is the heaven's canopy that the Tianling dynasty is in charge of guarding." Jian Fengqi raised his hand and pointed in front. Chu Liuyue's body stiffened, and she slowly looked up. At this point, the two of them were standing on a cliff. Below the cliff was an endless, turbulent black-blue ocean. In the distance, where the ocean met the sky, a gigantic heaven's canopy fell from the dark sky. Thousands of streams of light flashed, like a galaxy in the distance. The vast and boundless pressure of the heavenly Tao poured out, almost covering the entire world. And in the middle of the heaven's canopy, there was a group of soldiers wearing black armor and holding long swords. They were lined up neatly in a row. Even from such a distance, Chu Liyue could still clearly feel the murderous aura of those soldiers. In the entire Tianling dynasty, only the most elite and powerful soldiers were qualified to guard the heaven's canopy. Therefore, all of these people were 1 in a million strong. They stood there, dignified and solemn, as if they had already merged with the world. Chu Liuyue's hands trembled slightly in her sleeves, and the blood in her body seemed to freeze in an instant. But there seemed to be something burning in her chest and abdomen, about to explode. How familiar this scene was. In 1645 of the Tianling dynasty, she had just become of marriageable age and had personally come to inspect this place as the empress. At that time, thousands of soldiers had welcomed her respectfully. Their military flags had fluttered, and the honor guard had spread for hundreds of miles. At that time, she had never imagined that one day, she would come here again in such a manner. Jian Fengqi saw that Chu Liuyue's expression seemed a little off. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Chu Liuyue's eyes flashed, and a perfect smile appeared on her face. "I'm just a little nervous." "Young Master Jian, don't worry." Jian Fengqi nodded. After all, it was her first time here. It was normal to be nervous. "This is the Tianling dynasty's heaven's canopy." "Who are you?" A dignified voice came from afar. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 468. Jian Fengqi threw out a token, which floated in midair. A faint pressure spread from it. Jian Fengqi raised his voice. "Jian Fengqi from Dragon Teeth Mountain." "So it's young Master Jian." At the mention of Jian Fengqi's voice, the soldier's voice immediately became much more respectful. "May I know who is beside you? Take out the token that Mu Qinghe left for you," Jian Fengqi said softly. Chu Liyue took a deep breath and took out the token. It also floated in the air. "Chu Liyue from country Yaochen." Her voice sounded as clear and calm as usual, but in reality, her palms were already wet. After verifying that their tokens were correct, that person said, "Vice Admiral Mu has already instructed that the two of you can enter together." "Please." With that, a wave rippled above heaven's canopy. Immediately after, a long bridge extended from heaven's canopy and stopped in front of the two of them. Jian Fengqi and Chu Liyue looked at each other. "Let's go." With that, he took the lead and walked onto the long bridge. Chu Liyue took a deep breath and followed closely behind him. The two of them walked on the long bridge and got closer and closer to the entrance. Chu Liyue could already see the faces of the soldiers clearly. Looking at the entrance in front of her, her heart beat faster and faster. "Young Master Jian, Miss Chu, please." At this moment, a wave suddenly came from afar. Chu Liyue turned around and saw two figures appear on the cliff. It was a man and a woman who looked very young. Seeing the long bridge in front of them, the man laughed loudly. "The bridge just appeared. Yunji, we will definitely make it this time. You're not worried about being late, are you?" The woman chuckled. Yunji has never been here before, so it's inevitable that I'm a little nervous. Cousin, why are you making fun of me? Besides, I'm just worried that I'll delay you. The man laughed. There's still some time before the deadline. Don't worry. Let's go. This time, I'll show you the Tianling dynasty. The woman's face was filled with anticipation. The man tossed out the token in his hand. I, Qin Shiyuan, disciple of the Soaring Clouds sect, have brought Zhao Yunji of the Suiyang Empire with me. Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes. So they were from the Soaring Clouds sect. From the looks of it, the woman was like her, brought here because she possessed the Daijing Yuan meridian. She had thought that only the Black Cavalry, including Mu Qinghe, would do this. She did not expect the Soaring Clouds sect to send someone as well. It seemed that the scale of this matter had far exceeded her expectations. After Qin Shiyuan finished speaking, he put away the token and walked towards the bridge in high spirits. Hold on. Jian Fengqi suddenly opened his mouth and said lazily, "This Lin Xiao was specially summoned for me and Lu Yu. According to the rules, they have to wait for us to enter and verify our identities before they can summon Lin Xiao again. What's with sharing a room with us?" Before the soldier in charge of guarding the bridge could say anything, Qin Shiyuan, who was behind him, laughed and said, "You too, it seems that you've just arrived. It shouldn't be a problem for you to lend us this Lin Xiao, right? If we go together, we won't have to summon Lin Xiao again. Isn't that perfect?" Jian Fengqi crossed his arms as his lips curled up into a cold smile. "It seems that not only do you not understand the rules of first come, first served, even your ears are not very good. I already said that I don't agree. Did you not hear me? What perfect?" He did not think it was perfect at all. Chu Luiyue coughed softly. She almost forgot that Dragon Teeth Mountain and the Sky-Soaring clan had been enemies for thousands of years, and there were countless grudges between them. Hence, Jian Fengqi naturally didn't like Qin Shiyuan, who came from the Sky-Soaring clan. Moreover, according to his picky personality, he would never agree to such a thing, let alone these two people. Jian Fengqi's words made Qin Shiyuan's expression turn ugly. He had only asked to cross the Lin Xiao together. It was not a big deal, but the other party was so aggressive. Damn it. Saying these words in front of so many people made him lose even more face. Today was the first time he brought his cousin, Zhao Yunji. If he admitted it now, how could he raise his head in front of his cousin in the future? His voice turned cold. "Young master, I only asked you for a small favor. Why do you have to be like this?" Jian Fengqi shrugged his shoulders. "Unfortunately, I have never liked to help." Qin Shiyuan was so angry that he laughed. He tidied his clothes and raised his chin slightly. "It seems that this young master still does not know my identity. I am the younger brother of the Soaring Cloud sect master." Jian Fengqi raised his finger and shook it, interrupting Qin Shiyuan's words. "TSK, I have no interest in your identity at all." As he spoke, he turned to look at the guards and raised his sword-like eyebrows. The two guards standing on both sides of the entrance looked at each other, then looked at Qin Shiyuan and Jian Fengqi in the distance with a cold expression. "You should wait first." The smile on Qin Shiyuan's face suddenly froze. The Soaring Clouds sect had a high status in the entire Tianling dynasty and was treated with respect wherever they went. He had never been treated like this before. He was about to go forward and argue with them, but he was pulled back by Zhao Yunji behind him. Zhao Yunji whispered, "Cousin, let's not argue with them. Let them go first." Jian Fengqi originally had one foot in the entrance, but when he heard this, he looked back and laughed softly. Let them go? Why did it sound like they were in the wrong? The people of the Soaring Clouds sect were shameless, but he did not expect that the people they brought were also like this. Chu Luiyue held her breath and walked in through the entrance. The flowing light of heaven's canopy swept across her body, as if it wanted to see through her completely in an instant. Buzz! A faint sound was suddenly heard. There was a sudden movement in heaven's canopy. Chu Luiyue was shocked. This movement seemed to be because of the water droplets in her body. The surrounding soldiers noticed this movement and immediately looked at Chu Luiyue with vigilance. Even Jian Fengqi looked back. Chu Luiyue's mind moved, and she forcefully suppressed the movement of the water droplets. The strange sound also disappeared in an instant. What happened just now? The soldiers on guard stared at Chu Luiyue, their eyes full of suspicion. Chu Luiyue shook her head innocently. I don't know either. Jian Fengqi looked up at heaven's canopy and frowned slightly. It should be a common movement. Only then did the soldiers relax a little. Sometimes, heaven's canopy would indeed be like this. If there was really something wrong with Chu Luiyue, the movement would not have disappeared instantly. Seeing that the soldiers were still suspicious, Jian Fengqi smiled and said, "Don't tell me you don't trust the person Mu Qinghe chose?" The soldiers' expressions changed slightly. Of course not. The two of you, please. Chu Luiyue felt as if a rock had been lifted from her heart. She walked forward and crossed heaven's canopy. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 469. After passing through heaven's canopy, the sky was bright. Chu Luiyue raised her hand to cover her eyes. After getting used to the light, she looked up ahead. Above the blue sky, bluish-purple clouds piled up and flowed with the wind. The black land was vast and boundless. At a glance, it was boundless. Where the sky and the earth met, there was a line of white. Behind the clouds, a bright orange-yellow color appeared, plating the clouds with a layer of warm light. On the ground, several teleportation portals were arranged in rows and slowly rotating. An indescribable pressure spread out. Chu Luiyue held her breath slightly. All of this scene was so familiar. But when she came again, she was in a different state of mind. Even her identity was completely different. This is the northern border of the Tianling dynasty. There are a total of 108 teleportation portals, all of which lead to different places in the Tianling dynasty. Jian Fengqi walked over from behind and stood beside Chu Luiyue. He pointed at the largest teleportation portal in front of them and smiled. The largest one goes to the imperial capital of the Tianling dynasty, Xiling. It can teleport thousands of people at once. Building a teleportation portal usually required the cooperation of mystic cultivators and martial artists, and it consumed a lot of energy. Ordinary teleportation portals could only teleport about 10 people. Portals of this scale were extremely rare. Even in the entire Tianling dynasty, there were only 5 portals. Each one consumed an unimaginable amount of manpower and resources. Chu Luiyue exhaled softly. She came from the capital to inspect heaven's canopy through this teleportation portal. Of course, she was very familiar with it. How is it? Is it like what you imagined? Jian Fengqi asked teasingly. In Jian Fengqi's opinion, with Chu Luiyue's background, she must be full of yearning and fantasizing about the Tianling dynasty. Not to mention people outside heaven's canopy, even those who had seen many things in heaven's canopy were often shocked by this scene when they came here for the first time. Chu Luiyue's lips curved up, and she nodded. The Tianling dynasty is indeed worthy of its reputation. Jian Fengqi raised his eyebrows. That's nothing. When you get to the West Hill, you'll know how much fun there is in this world. Chu Luiyue gave him a meaningful look. She had no interest in the fun that he was talking about. Jian Fengqi inexplicably felt guilty and coughed while holding his fist. Cough, it's getting late. Let's hit the road first. As he spoke, he walked towards the teleportation array. However, right at this moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly assaulted them from behind. 2 figures quickly flashed past. He rushed right in front of them. With a leap, he landed on the teleportation array. Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes. They were the 2 people who had been following them. Chen Shiyuan ignored Chu Luiyue and Zhao Yunji and said loudly to Zhao Yunji, "Yunji, don't worry. Using this teleportation array, we can reach Xiling very quickly. We will definitely make it in time. Zhao Yunji's beautiful eyes widened and she couldn't hide the shock on her face. I didn't expect there to be such a large teleportation array in this world. Not only is this teleportation array big, it's also very safe. There are hundreds of Xian arrays set up inside, enough to block all the spatial turbulence outside. It's no different from walking outside. Qin Shiyuan said lightly, but there was a hint of pride on his face. The first sect master of the Lingyun sect personally participated in the construction of this teleportation array. Zhao Yunji's eyes lit up when she heard that. She said with admiration, "The Lingyun sect is indeed amazing. Cousin, you were able to enter and be accepted as the sect master's disciple. You are truly a dragon among men." Qin Shiyuan felt refreshed, and there was unconcealable pride in his eyes. "When we reach Xiling, I will personally bring you to the Lingyun sect to take a look." "Thank you, cousin." Qin Shiyuan was about to activate the teleportation array and leave. The smile on Jian Fengqi's face had already disappeared, and there was a hint of coldness in his icy eyes. "Wait." His voice seemed to be filled with ice shards, making people unconsciously feel a chill in their hearts. Although his tone was languid, there was a sense of superiority and majesty. Qin Shiyuan paused for a moment before looking over. He sized up Jian Fengqi and frowned slightly. He had never seen this person before, but this man's aura seemed to indicate that he was not an ordinary person. "Who gave you the guts to snatch it from me?" Qin Shiyuan sneered. "This isn't snatching. This teleportation array is meant to be used by whoever arrives first. We arrived before you, so naturally, we will use it first." Jian Fengqi dug his ears. "What did you say? Is this person crazy?" Qin Shiyuan snorted and said, "Oh, right. We don't like to share the teleportation array with others either. So, you should wait for the next one. Yunji, let's go." Before the two of them could move, they heard a mocking voice coming from behind them. "So, the people of the Lingyun sect are all so shameless?" Jian Fengqi's words successfully made Qin Shiyuan's blood boil. He suddenly turned around and said angrily, "What did you say?" Jian Fengqi smiled and said, "Why, your ears are not working well again? How dare you? How dare you insult my sect? I think you're tired of living. What happened before was actually nothing." He did not intend to continue entangling with these two people, but they spoke arrogantly and insulted the Lingyun sect. He could not tolerate it. Chu Luiyue thought to himself, "This is nothing." Jian Fengqi once scolded the 9 elders of the Lingyun sect to their faces. He did not even bother to scold those of low levels. Qin Shiyuan did not recognize Jian Fengqi, which could only mean that his level was too low. Seriously speaking, Jian Fengqi and Qin Shiyuan's tit-for-tat confrontation could be considered to be flattering. But Qin Shiyuan obviously did not think so. He took a step forward, and the force around him surged. "What sect are you from? Tell me your name." Jian Fengqi touched his chin. "You are not qualified to know my name." Qin Shiyuan choked. He never expected this person to be so arrogant. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "It seems that you didn't hear clearly before. I'll tell you again. I'm the disciple of the Lingyun sect master, Qin Shiyuan. If you insist on opposing me, don't blame me for being rude." "Oh," Jian Fengqi acted as if he suddenly realized something. He raised his chin and said to Chu Luiyue, "Did you hear that? There were a total of 197 disciples under the Lingyun sect master, and he was one of them." This identity was very powerful. Although he said that, anyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. Qin Shiyuan's face was gloomy as he sneered. "It seems that you don't care about my identity. I wonder what noble identity you have. Why don't you tell me and let me know which big shot you have offended?" As he said that, his gaze fell on Chu Luiyue and he sneered disdainfully. "It just so happens that I also want to know who is so useless that they can only find a rank 3 warrior to come here." Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows slightly. Was he looking down on her? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 470. Jian Fengqi's expression suddenly became thought-provoking. TSK. If this guy knew that Chu Luiyue was brought here by Mu Qinghe, his expression would be very interesting. He looked at Chu Luiyue with a smile. Looks like he doesn't like you. Chu Luiyue glanced at him. He probably wouldn't be able to change his personality of wanting to see the world in chaos. Chu Luiyue looked at Chen Shiyuan and smiled faintly. Since I can come, I naturally have the qualifications. Young Master Chen doesn't need to worry about this. Chen Shiyuan suddenly froze, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Previously, his attention was all on the man, so he didn't notice that the girl in red beside him was actually extremely beautiful. Zhao Yunji also froze when she saw Chu Luiyue's appearance. She boasted that she was also a heavenly beauty, and countless young talents had fallen for her. However, compared to this girl, she instantly paled in comparison. She almost instinctively looked at Chen Shiyuan, and as expected, she saw that his expression was a bit strange. His eyes fell on the girl for a long time without looking away. Her heart suddenly seemed to be blocked by something, and her expression became ugly. Cousin, it's better to avoid trouble. How about we just let it go? Let them go first. It won't take long anyway. She pulled Chen Shiyuan's sleeve and bit her lip. There was a hint of grievance in her eyes, and she looked very pitiful. Only then did Chen Shiyuan come back to his senses. Seeing her like this, his heart instantly ached. He liked Zhao Yunji for many years, and now that he finally made a name for himself in the Tianling dynasty, he brought her over. But just after crossing heaven's canopy, he made her feel wronged. If he really let it go, what kind of man would he be? He patted her hand and said, "Don't worry. I won't let anyone bully you." After saying that, he suppressed his thoughts and looked at the two people in front of him again. He originally wanted to make fun of them, but he didn't expect that these two people didn't seem to care at all. Forget about the tall man, he should have some strength. But that woman. Heh, I didn't know that a mere rank 3 warrior could be so arrogant. Chen Shiyuan mocked. Chu Luiyue sighed inwardly. Her cultivation level in the Tianling dynasty was indeed quite eye-catching. I'm just telling the truth. Her expression was calm as she spoke, neither servile nor overbearing. Chen Shiyuan already had a stomach full of anger. Since he decided to help Zhao Yunji vent her anger, his tone naturally wouldn't be good. Oh. Since you said so, why don't you tell me your name? When we get to the West Hill, we'll see if you're as powerful as you say you are. Chu Luiyue's eyes flickered. Country Yao Chen, Chu Luiyue. She usually didn't find trouble with others, but if trouble came knocking on her door, she wouldn't be afraid. Country Yao Chen. Cousin, I don't think I've heard this name before. Zhao Yunji said unintentionally as she looked at the woman's alluring face with jealousy. Chen Shiyuan snorted. It's just a small country that can't even reach the apex. Someone who was sent to such a place wouldn't have a high status. He had been worrying too much. Thinking of this, he became even more unscrupulous. I'll give you a chance. As long as you're willing to kowtow and apologize, I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, Jian Fengqi laughed as if he had heard a joke. Ha ha ha. What did you say? You want me to kowtow and apologize? Chen Shiyuan, who was interrupted, felt offended again. The laughter was even more ear-piercing. Why? You're not willing? Chu Luiyue finally couldn't help but click her tongue. It had only been a year since he returned. How did the disciples of the Soaring Cloud sect become so arrogant and brainless? Even the sect master of the Soaring Cloud sect didn't dare to say such things to Jian Fengqi. A mere disciple of the sect master actually dared to climb over his head. The ignorant were truly fearless. Jian Fengqi laughed. What a coincidence. I was just about to say that too. But looking at you, it seems like you won't do it. Qin Shiyuan only felt that the man in front of him was really unreasonable. Who did he think he was? How dare he speak to him like that? It seems like this negotiation doesn't need to continue. The strong are respected. Let's see who's the real deal. After saying that, Qin Shiyuan leaped and flew toward Jian Fengqi. Lower stage, 7th stage. He looked like he was in his 20s. It was indeed not bad to be able to reach this stage. But in the eyes of Chu Luyue and Jian Fengqi, it was just a so-so. Qin Shiyuan crossed his hands in front of him, and a yellowish-brown force quickly gathered. Very soon, an enormous origin sphere appeared in front of him. Great Earth Force. With this roar, he raised his hands high above his head and threw the ball out fiercely. The ball flew quickly toward Jian Fengqi. A heavy pressure came head-on. The surrounding space seemed to have become much heavier. Chu Liuyue's shoulders seemed to be pressed down by a small mountain. The pressure of a 7th-stage warrior was still somewhat unbearable for her. Jian Fengqi waved his sleeves lightly. That heavy pressure instantly dissipated. As for the ball, it stopped 3 steps away from him. Qin Shiyuan's expression changed. This man's realm was above his. Jian Fengqi raised his arm and opened his palm. Then, he clenched his fist lightly. Go! That ball immediately flew in the opposite direction toward Qin Shiyuan. Its speed was even faster than when it went. Qin Shiyuan knew something was wrong and immediately retreated. But that ball was faster than him, and the distance between them quickly shrank. It was as if there was an invisible hand pushing it forward, and the pressure on it was much stronger than before. Qin Shiyuan felt a tightness in his chest, and even his movements became slower. He felt more and more uneasy and immediately pulled out the scimitar at his waist. He slashed horizontally. Chi, bang! That ball suddenly exploded. A violent force spread in all directions. Qin Shiyuan was very close and was unavoidably affected. His chest shook, and his body flew out uncontrollably, finally landing heavily on the ground. Puff! He clutched his chest with difficulty and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cousin! Zhao Yunji exclaimed and hurriedly ran over, worriedly helping him up. Cousin, how are you? Qin Shiyuan's mouth was still stained with blood, and his face was much paler than before. The other party's attack actually broke his ribs. Most importantly, he seemed to be injured internally. Zhao Yunji looked at him in this state and felt heartache and anger. She couldn't help but turn around and say angrily, "You guys are too much. Soaring Cloud's sect will definitely not let you off for hurting my cousin." She gritted her teeth and looked at Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue, right? Don't be too proud. Wait and see when we reach Xiling. Chu Luyue smiled. I'll be waiting for you. A better reading experience came from the Love Network. Chapter 471. From the start to the end, Chu Luyue felt that she had been very polite. She didn't even say a word that offended him. However, they had obviously included her in their calculations and were planning to take revenge in the future. There was no point in explaining further. Moreover, she couldn't be bothered to say anything to them. The other party threatened to deal with her, so she calmly faced them and followed. However, in Zhao Yunji's eyes, this reaction made Chu Luyue even more arrogant. Wasn't she just relying on the fact that that man was stronger? However, when they reached the West Hill, this man would definitely not be able to protect her all the time. When the time came, she would definitely take revenge for all the humiliation and grievances she had suffered today. Jian Fengqi stepped onto the teleportation array. When he walked past Qin Shiyuan and Zhao Yunji, his footsteps paused. Qin Shiyuan subconsciously shrank back. Jian Fengqi glanced at him and chuckled. The people of the Lingyun sect are really getting worse with each generation. Qin Shiyuan's face flushed red. He was about to say something, but when he thought of the terrifying aura on this man's body, he swallowed it back. Chu Luyue followed. Jian Fengqi activated the teleportation array. The two figures quickly disappeared. After confirming that the two had left, Chen Shiyuan struggled to stand up with Zhao Yunji's help. "Cousin, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been in a hurry, these things wouldn't have happened, and they wouldn't have been so heavy-handed to you." Zhao Yunji was about to cry. Chen Shiyuan swallowed the blood in his mouth and stared at the teleportation array. "It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When I find out that person's identity, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. My Lingyun sect is not so easy to bully." Jian Fengqi and Chu Luyue didn't care about this small matter. After the two entered the teleportation array, the journey was smooth. Because this teleportation array's level was extremely high, the speed was actually very fast. Even though the northern border and the West Hill were extremely far away, it didn't take too long. However, for Chu Luyue, every minute and every second near the West Hill was extremely long. Fortunately, because of the darkness, Jian Fengqi could not see her expression. "When we reach the West Hill, I'll send you to Muqinghe first," Jian Fengqi said slowly. Chu Luyue suddenly came to his senses, and only then did he utter a sound of acknowledgement. After pausing for a moment, she finally couldn't help but ask, "It seems that many Daijing Yuan Meridian cultivators from outside Heaven's canopy have come this time." This was a little strange. The Tianling dynasty didn't lack such geniuses. Spending so much manpower and resources to search for them outside Heaven's canopy was truly puzzling. Jian Fengqi chuckled lightly as if he was in disdain. "They're always up to something messy. Who knows what they're up to this time?" Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat, and she probingly asked in a low voice, "Them?" He thought that Jian Fengqi wouldn't answer, but he was surprisingly honest this time. "It's the Tianling dynasty's third princess and her husband, Sheng Wanwan and Jiang Yucheng. It's really them." Chu Luyue was extremely glad that they were in the space tunnel, and Jian Fengqi couldn't see her expression. Hearing that Chu Luyue was silent, Jian Fengqi explained again. "Oh, the third princess's current status is equivalent to the ruler of the entire Tianling dynasty. When you reach the West Hill, you'll naturally know." He didn't say it earlier because he wasn't very familiar with Chu Luyue, and she was still in country Yaoqin at that time. However, now that she was about to reach the West Hill, even if he didn't say it, she could find out from others. In addition, the two of them had spent some time together, and he somewhat admired Chu Luyue, so he was willing to take the initiative to say a few words. Chu Liuyue's mind raced. She restrained her emotions and asked with slight surprise, "What do you mean? Don't tell me the Tianling dynasty doesn't have one?" "His Majesty is seriously ill and bedridden, so he left most of the matters to the third princess to manage," Jian Fengqi said lightly, with a hint of contempt and disdain in his tone. Chu Luyue frowned slightly. "Father is actually still alive?" She thought that after she died of rape, Sheng Wanwan and Jiang Yucheng would definitely not let her father off. She didn't expect that after so long, they still hadn't completely taken action. She hesitated for a moment, lowered her voice, and asked, "Young Master Jian, you seem to have feelings for the third princess. Contempt? Disdain? Disgust?" Chu Luyue didn't finish her sentence. Jian Fengqi suddenly laughed. "Have you ever told me that your cleverness can be very annoying sometimes? Especially when it's like..." Jian Fengqi's words came to an abrupt end. Chu Luyue coughed. "It's all in the past, so let's not talk about it. However, you guessed right. He really does hate Sheng Wanwan." Chu Luyue blinked, somewhat curious. As far as she knew, Jian Fengqi had a good impression of Sheng Wanwan back then, and even helped Shanghai Wan find trouble with her. Of course, at that time, she didn't realize that Sheng Wanwan did it on purpose. She only thought that Jian Fengqi had lost his mind and had a big quarrel with him. She didn't expect that his attitude towards Sheng Wanwan had changed so much. Chu Luyue was about to ask a few more questions to find out the purpose of Sheng Wanwan and Jiang Yucheng's actions, when she suddenly saw a light in front of her. She suddenly clenched her fists. "We're here. Let's go." Jian Fengqi took the lead and walked out. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and followed closely behind. Heaven and earth spun, the darkness receded, and bright sunlight poured down. However, this time, Chu Luiyue didn't cover her eyes with her hands. She opened her eyes and stared straight ahead. The majestic Shilin city was like a ferocious beast entrenched in its territory. It stood between heaven and earth. It was majestic and solemn. The sunlight was so glaring that it stung her eyes, and tears almost flowed out. Shilin. She had finally returned. Digression, there's still one more update later. Everyone, go to bed early. It's the same in the morning. Chapter 472. This was the Pingliang Plaza outside Shilin City. The entire plaza was built with rare and expensive lapis lazuli and occupied a large area. There were also several transportation formations in the plaza. The one that Chu Luiyue and the others used was in the center. When the two of them walked out of the space tunnel, the bustling plaza instantly quieted down. Countless pairs of eyes looked over. Every day, many people came from all over the place, and many people left the Western Mausoleum. Therefore, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. But the transportation formation in the center led to Heaven's Canopy at the northern border, so there was usually no one there. Now that two people suddenly appeared, it naturally attracted many people's attention. When they saw the appearance of the two people, the plaza became even quieter. The man was tall and wore a blue brocade robe, with a white jade belt around his waist that easily outlined his smooth outline. Moreover, his eyes were actually blue. At a glance, they were like the purest and most transparent ice spirits. But there was a hint of spring in the corners of his eyes, which made the originally cold eyes ripple a little more. His gaze swept over, and many girls blushed. Such outstanding charm was really rare. But the girl standing beside him was not inferior, and was even more dazzling. Her figure was exquisite and slender, and she wore a red robe. Her black hair was simply tied up, and there were no extra accessories on her body. But her skin was white as snow, her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her nose was delicate, and her lips were red without any makeup. Especially her eyes, which were pure and moving like black jade. When the sunlight fell into her eyes, it was like a brilliant river of stars in the starry night. And there was a faint noble aura between her eyebrows, which added a touch of unattainable charm to her, making people unconsciously revere and submit to her. Such a girl was extremely beautiful and also extremely noble. Although many men were blushing, and their hearts were beating fast, they did not dare to go forward. They came from that transportation formation. Could it be that they came from outside Heaven's Canopy? Suddenly, a low questioning voice came from the crowd. This sentence finally broke the silence. Everyone looked at each other. Should be right. Isn't that the transportation formation that leads to the northern border? Recently, many people came one after another. That man looks familiar. His blue eyes are filled with love. Isn't that young Master Jian? Which young Master Jian? It's the one from Dragon Teeth Mountain. Have you forgotten? Many people sucked in a cold breath. Jian Fengqi. His whereabouts had always been a mystery. In addition to his noble status, not many people had seen him before. However, in Shilin City, he was very famous. Although he couldn't be sure, this man looked very similar to the rumors. It was most likely him. If that's really Jian Fengqi, then the woman next to him is, she was only a rank 3 warrior. She looks like she's only 15 or 16 years old. How can she only be a rank 3 warrior? The crowd fell silent. Their gazes, which were originally filled with amazement and curiosity, suddenly became somewhat subtle. Then they must be from outside Heaven's Canopy. Someone said with certainty. How could a cultivator of this level enter this place? Those who came before were at least peak rank 4. She's pretty, but she's not that strong. She dared to come to Shilin with such strength. She must have some backing, right? I think that face of hers might be her biggest backer. A few girls spoke softly, laughing together. Jian Fengqi raised his eyebrows and laughed softly. They're praising your beauty. Chu Luiyue glanced at him lazily. This person's focus was always different from others. Why are you looking at me? I'm handsome and handsome. I won't be jealous of your looks. The smile on Jian Fengqi's lips deepened, and he looked like he was waiting to watch a good show. However, Chu Luiyue's expression was calm, as if she didn't take this matter to heart at all. In fact, she had already expected this. He came from outside heaven's canopy and was only a rank 3 warrior. Just these two factors alone were enough to bring her a lot of trouble. Moreover, fundamentally speaking, she was fighting alone and had no background or backing. This was even more unthinkable. Shilin City, as the imperial capital of the Tianling dynasty, had the most honorable status and the most abundant resources. The most powerful cultivators. Here, strength reigned supreme. No weakling could survive here. Those who could stay in Shilin City were all ruthless characters. So before she came, she had already mentally prepared herself. Now, this was not a big deal. She looked at the group of women who were laughing together. Her expression didn't change, but her clear eyes seemed to contain some kind of pressure that made people uneasy. The women's laughter gradually subsided. For some reason, they felt guilty and avoided Chu Luiyue's gaze. Chu Luiyue retracted her gaze in satisfaction and walked forward. Hold on. A middle-aged man suddenly walked forward and blocked Chu Luiyue's path. He was tall and muscular, his face dark, and the muscles on his body almost burst his clothes. Chu Luiyue looked up and looked at the man. What's the matter? The middle-aged man sized her up, and his voice was like a bell. People from outside have to pay to use our Tianling dynasty's teleportation array. The one you're using is the biggest, so it'll be counted as 10 white crystal coins. In heaven's canopy, silver and gold were no longer considered hard currencies. Instead, they were replaced by the more precious white crystal coins. 1 white crystal coin was equivalent to 10,000 taels of gold outside heaven's canopy. 10 white crystal coins were equivalent to 10,000 taels of gold. This was clearly an exorbitant demand. Chu Luiyue's eyes narrowed dangerously, and she smiled. Just in time. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 473. It's not impossible for me to pay, but I need to know your identity first, right? Chu Luiyue said calmly. Seeing Chu Luiyue's attitude, the man thought that she was afraid and became even more arrogant. I am Wu Zhao, a disciple of Eight Paths sect. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes. Eight Paths sect was just a third-rate sect in Shilin. She didn't expect that one of their people would dare to show off in front of her in Pingliang Square. I'm not asking for your name, I'm asking, why are you taking my money? You don't sound like you're from the government, right? Wu Zhao was stunned for a moment before he understood Chu Luiyue's meaning. He clenched his fists and took a step forward. Chu Luiyue looked even more petite and dainty compared to his tall and sturdy figure. Why? Of course it's because my fists are hard. If you don't pay today, don't even think about leaving. It was obvious that they were trying to rob him. The many teleportation arrays in Pingliang Square all belonged to the royal family of the Tianling dynasty. Under normal circumstances, as long as there were no special circumstances, these teleportation arrays could be used by cultivators. However, maintaining these teleportation arrays would consume a huge amount of money, so they would charge a symbolic maintenance fee. However, even the largest teleportation array she was using now only charged 1 white crystal coin for 10 people. This Wu Zhao asked for 10 white crystals. It was simply an exorbitant price. The most important thing was that although the Black Cavalry was responsible for maintaining the teleportation arrays, they were only responsible for maintaining law and order. The collection of fees was mostly left to the sects in Xiling City. These sects would give people preferential treatment when using the teleportation arrays, and they could even make a profit from it, so it was naturally harmonious. Therefore, although there were many black cavalry patrolling around, when they saw Wu Zhao looking for trouble with Chu Luiyue, no one stepped forward. Under normal circumstances, as long as no lives were involved, they wouldn't pay too much attention. Jian Fengqi crossed his arms and watched from the sidelines with a smile. This Wu Zhao was only at the early stage of the 5th stage, so if he took action, it wouldn't be a problem. However, it seemed that Chu Luiyue didn't intend to let him intervene. He also wanted to see how Chu Luiyue would deal with these troubles after coming to Xiling City. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows. Jian Fengqi could help her once, but he couldn't help her a second time, third time, or countless times. Besides, she knew the rules of Xiling. If she couldn't solve this problem, then she would always be to others. What if I say no? Chu Luiyue asked slowly. Wu Zhao laughed coldly. Little girl, it seems like this is your first time in West Hill. There are some rules that you don't know yet. To be honest, to pay the money to pay, otherwise, it would be a pity if such a beautiful face was ruined. I said, no. Said Chu Luiyue resolutely. Was to chew to be, it's fine if you don't want to, as long as you can defeat me. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Luiyue condescendingly again. His aura burst out and almost enveloped Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue smiled and nodded. Okay. As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Wu Zhao frowned. What did you say? Chu Luiyue pointed at herself. I said. Okay. Not to mention that she didn't have any white crystal coins on her, even if she did, she wouldn't waste them on such a place. Wu Zhao was so angry that he laughed. Good. You're the one who said it. Don't regret it later. Chu Luiyue looked around and raised her chin at an empty space next to her. Over there. As he spoke, he walked over without saying a word. Everyone looked at each other. She's not crazy, is she? She really wants to challenge Wu Zhao. Although Wu Zhao can only be regarded as a middle to lower level in 8 Paths sect, he is still at the early stage of the 5th stage. That woman is only a 3rd stage warrior. Isn't she courting death? Who knows what she's thinking? Anyway, she came here with Jian Fengqi. She probably thinks that Wu Zhao won't dare to kill her. Pingliang Square has always had a rule, as long as it's a one-on-one battle, no one else can interfere. Although Jian Fengqi is noble and powerful, he definitely knows that if he intervenes halfway, that woman won't be able to raise her head in the entire Xiling City. I just hope that Wu Zhao doesn't hurt that woman's face. It's been a long time since such a beautiful woman appeared in Xiling City. Chu Luiyue didn't care about the discussions around her. She walked to the empty space and stood there, looking at Wu Zhao opposite her. Chu Luiyue from country Yaochen is here to challenge you. Wu Zhao stretched his shoulders and stared at Chu Luiyue. Wu Zhao from 8 Paths sect accepts the challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved and took the lead to rush towards Chu Luiyue. Although he was burly, his movements were extremely nimble and his speed was extremely fast. He was like a moving hill. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Chu Luiyue. It was a simple straight punch, and it struck out fiercely. In his opinion, such a delicate 3rd stage warrior was not worthy of him using his martial arts skills. One punch was enough. Chu Luiyue's hair fluttered in the wind. The tyrannical wind from the punch caused her clothes to flutter. The pressure came straight at her face. Seeing that the fist that was almost the size of Chu Luiyue's face was about to land, many people shook their heads regretfully. Was this woman scared out of her wits? She didn't even know how to dodge. From the looks of it, he seemed to have some confidence, but it turned out that it was just a pretense. At this moment, Chu Luiyue took a wrong step, her waist went soft, and she bent backward. She narrowly avoided the punch. Then, she raised her right hand and grabbed Wu Zhao's wrist. Wu Zhao was shocked. How did the woman manage to dodge it? Before he could figure it out, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his wrist. Chu Luiyue had closed her fingers and locked them inwards. Then, he viciously twisted his wrist upwards. Almost at the same time, she lifted her leg and kicked Wu Zhao's elbow. Extreme numbness and pain came, causing the strength in Wu Zhao's arm to dissipate instantly. His arm went soft for a moment. He was extremely shocked and furious. His other hand immediately stretched out and grabbed Chu Luiyue. However, Chu Luiyue used her leg to lock Wu Zhao's arm, and then turned her waist. Her entire body flipped in the air. Wu Zhao's arm was trapped and was almost broken. Then, Chu Luiyue landed lightly, but Wu Zhao was implicated and fell directly to the ground. Bang! His heavy body landed on the ground with a dull thud. Wu Zhao clenched his teeth and was about to get up to counterattack, but Chu Luiyue had already taken advantage of him and stomped on Wu Zhao's chest. That slender and straight long leg looked extremely beautiful, but it contained an astonishing amount of power. With one stomp, Kacha! Wu Zhao's chest actually caved in deeply. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 474. Was this lady's leg made of iron? This thought flashed across Wu Zhao's mind. His face instantly turned pale. When the crowd saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. That Chu Luiyue had actually broken Wu Zhao's bones with one stomp. From the way he was injured, he had at least 3 broken ribs. Since when did a third-level warrior's physical strength become so strong? One must know that a 5th-level warrior at this age was basically not qualified to collect money in Pingliang Square. The reason why Wu Zhao was an exception was because he was born with divine strength. That body of muscles was not just for show. But just now, he had been easily knocked down by a slender woman. Chu Luiyue looked down at Wu Zhao with a smile on her face. You're weaker than I thought. Wu Zhao was furious and raised both his hands to grab Chu Luiyue's ankles. Chu Luiyue stomped hard again. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking was even clearer. An intense pain came from his chest, causing Wu Zhao to break out in cold sweat. He wanted to get up, but his body felt as heavy as a mountain. He was unable to move at all. Before this, he had never thought that he would actually suffer such a huge loss at the hands of such a delicate-looking woman. If it was just a simple physical fight, he would most likely not win. Wu Zhao's mind turned and he immediately decided to use his martial arts. Sensing the force in his body, Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows. If she did not use the power of the water droplet in her dantian, the force in her body would not be able to compete with a 5th-level warrior like Wu Zhao. So, she definitely could not give him this chance. Chi! A force flew out from Wu Zhao's palm. Chu Luiyue moved sideways to avoid it. At the same time, she took a step back. Wu Zhao was delighted. He pushed his palm against the ground and flipped himself up. But when he stood up, he realized that Chu Luiyue was no longer in front of him. His heart was suddenly filled with shock. A cold wind came from the back of his head. He did not even think before he pounced forward and rolled on the ground. Tut! A flying dagger as thin as a cicada's wing directly pierced into the position where he had just been standing. 1/3 of the blade had sunk in. Wu Zhao turned around and saw that the flying dagger was still trembling slightly. His eyelids twitched fiercely. The plaza was made of lapis lazuli and was extremely hard. Normal yuan tools would not be able to leave any marks on it. However, this Chu Luiyue had only thrown a flying knife, and it was easily split open. This was something he knew he couldn't do. It wasn't hard to imagine what would have happened if he had dodged a step slower. Wu Zhao felt a chill run down his spine as he felt some regret in his heart. A person who could take out a throwing knife of this level definitely had a big background. However, if he were to admit defeat now, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire Shilling city. Thinking of this, he suddenly pulled out the saber at his waist. An inch longer, an inch stronger. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a rank 3 warrior. Just as he began to crazily inject his origin power into the saber, another flying saber flew out from Chu Liuyue's hand. The situation was urgent, and Wu Zhao didn't have time to use any martial arts techniques. He was forced to stop and raise his saber to meet the attack. Swish! That flying knife was only the size of a finger, and it scraped across Wu Zhao's saber. A series of sparks flew. Following this ear-piercing sound, he was shocked to see that a neat crack had appeared on his saber. Immediately, crack! The saber split into 2 halves. Even the origin power in his body suffered a backlash and became chaotic. At this moment, Chu Liyue took a big stride forward. He actually charged directly towards Wu Zhao. Then, he lifted his long leg and kicked towards his heart. Wu Zhao's heart trembled. He threw away the saber handle, clenched his fists tightly, and crossed them in front of his body to block. Chu Liuyue's leg accurately kicked his wrist that was injured just now. Crack! His wrist suddenly showed a strange posture. Wu Zhao groaned and took half a step back. His eyes were burning with rage. Despicable. However, Chu Liyue used the rebounding force to jump up. Wu Zhao was furious. Ignoring his injury, he used his other hand to grab Chu Liyue's calf. Then, he fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Chu Liyue's back hit the ground hard. Her body shook, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Zhao's eyes were red. He suddenly dragged Chu Liyue backwards. Chu Liyue's body left a trail of blood on the ground. Just as she was thinking of how to escape, Wu Zhao suddenly stopped. Then, he threw Chu Liyue up again and threw her down heavily. On the ground, a cold light flashed. It was the flying knife that Chu Liyue had thrown out earlier. Once it reached his back, it would definitely pierce through his heart. Go to hell! Wu Zhao shouted angrily. However, at this moment, a red shadow flashed past. Wu Zhao suddenly felt a sharp pain on his arm. His hand unconsciously loosened. He turned his head to look. It was a 3rd-grade blood ferret that had bitten off a layer of flesh from his forearm. Blood dripped. Chu Liyue took the opportunity to escape. She rolled on the ground and avoided Wu Zhao's attack. The next moment, she waved her wrist and a cold light flew out from her hand. Wu Zhao saw clearly that it was a dagger this time. He quickly dodged. However, just as the dagger was about to graze past his ear, a flying dagger suddenly flew out from the tip of the dagger. Wu Zhao's pupils shrank. He wanted to avoid it immediately. However, he was still a step too late. That flying knife directly pierced through his shoulder. When Chu Liyue got up from the ground, she had already pulled out the flying knife. She had also retrieved the dagger. Wu Zhao covered his shoulder, but blood still flowed out. Chu Liyue rushed forward again. Wu Zhao felt extremely sullen. He wanted to use martial techniques, but Chu Liyue's attacks were fast and hurried, leaving him no time to gather his strength. Every time he prepared to attack, Chu Liyue would make the first move. It was as if she did not care about her life and did not hold back at all. It was as if she was not worried about the consequences if she missed. He lifted his eyes to look at Chu Liyue. Those black jade-like eyes were burning with a crazy fighting spirit. It was as if she would not stop until she died. The injuries on her body were not much better than his. Her entire body was stained with blood, but her fighting spirit seemed to be getting stronger. Wu Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Although he had cultivated for many years and had a lot of fighting experience, he did not have the will to fight to the death. This Chu Liyue was as if she did not care about her life. In a battle, strength was very important, but at the same time, willpower was not to be underestimated. Once the spirit was discouraged, it would be defeated. This was the case for Wu Zhao now. Facing Chu Liuyue's continuous approach, he subconsciously took a step back. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind him. He suddenly turned around. He saw that the blood ferret had a dagger in its mouth. It shook its tail and threw the dagger out. Chu Liyue rushed forward and grabbed the dagger. Wu Zhao had just reacted when he suddenly felt a cold tingling sensation coming from the back of his neck. Do you want to admit defeat, or do you want to continue? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience came from love. Chapter 475. Admit defeat? Wu Zhao couldn't say that no matter what. Continue? The sharp dagger on his neck was about to pierce his neck. He didn't doubt that as long as Chu Liyue wanted to, he could cut him in half right now. Countless pairs of eyes looked over, making him extremely embarrassed. He couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Chu Liyue flicked the dagger lightly, making a crisp sound. Wu Zhao's body almost trembled. You win. He closed his eyes and said as if he had accepted his fate. After he said that, the surroundings were dead silent. Wu Zhao actually admitted defeat. He, a beginner stage 5 warrior, actually lost to a stage 3 warrior? If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in Xiling City. Am I too ignorant and inexperienced? When did the stage 3 warriors outside Heaven's canopy become so strong? Someone in the crowd muttered softly. Or is Wu Zhao's stage 5 warrior strength just fake? Wu Zhao's face turned red and white. His veins were bulging, and he wanted to curse out loud. His strength was fake? If they have the ability, then come and try. This Chu Liyue, damn it, she's not a normal person at all. It wasn't like he hadn't fought with stage 3 warriors before. Who was like her? Other things aside, just her physical strength and speed were not inferior to his at all. Where did such a freak come from? Admit defeat? Chu Liyue curled her lips in satisfaction. Okay, then take 10 white crystal coins. Wu Zhao was stunned. What did you say? Chu Liyue explained with a smile. I said, since you chose to admit defeat, then give me 10 white crystal coins and we'll forget about this matter. Wu Zhao didn't react for a while. Why should I give you so much money? I already said that you won. What else do you want? They didn't bet 10 white crystal coins. Whoever loses gets to take it. Chu Liyue blinked. Oh. So you don't want to give it to me? In your dreams. Wu Zhao shouted furiously. He had been in Xiling City for so many years, but he had never seen anyone who not only refused to pay, but also asked for money. Chu Liyue, right? I'm warning you, this isn't your lousy third-rate country. You can do whatever you want here. It's best if you stop while you're ahead. Otherwise. Chu Liyue impatiently pushed the dagger forward. The sharp tip of the dagger instantly pierced his flesh. Warm and sweet blood slowly flowed out from the dagger. Wu Zhao's voice stopped abruptly. Admit defeat and take 10 white crystal coins. Let's continue then. Chu Liyue kindly explained. I'll ask you again, which one do you choose? Wu Zhao was so angry that smoke was almost coming out of his head. You! How dare you! It seems that you think your life is not worth 10 white crystal coins? Chu Liyue shook his head regretfully. What a pity. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist and was about to make a move. I'll give. Wu Zhao finally couldn't hold back and shouted. He had a premonition in his heart, this Chu Liyue really dared to kill him. He stiffened his body, took out 10 white crystal coins from his chinquan bag, and handed them to Chu Liyue. Take it. Chu Liyue gave Dumpling a look. Dumpling immediately went forward, hugged the ball of white crystal coins and flew towards Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. After confirming that it was indeed 10 white crystal coins, he finally retreated. Sensing that the dagger was finally far away, Wuxiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but look back at Chu Luiyue resentfully and angrily. He raised his finger and pointed at Chu Luiyue. I, Wu Zhao, will remember what happened today. You'd better pray that you don't meet me again. Chu Luiyue smiled and shook the white crystal coins in his hand. You're most welcome. Wu Zhao's face was livid, but he still turned and left in the end. Even after his figure disappeared, the square was still silent. The outcome of the matter was completely different from what they had expected. It was no wonder that they were so shocked. Chu Luiyue kept the 10 white crystal coins, walked to Jian Fengqi, and patted his Qinquan bag. First bucket of gold. Although this amount of money was nothing to her, it was better to have more. With these, her days in Xiling City should be a little easier. Jian Fengqi's mouth twitched. First bucket of gold? How could this girl have the nerve to say that? He thought that his skin was already thick enough, but he didn't expect Chu Luiyue to be even thicker. She was probably the first person to steal money from the guards of the teleportation portal. No matter what, after this battle, Chu Luiyue's name would definitely spread quickly in Xiling City. You really dare to kill that Wu Zhao? Jian Fengqi asked. No matter what, he is still a disciple of a sect. Chu Luiyue glanced at him and suddenly revealed a bright smile. Don't I have young Master Jian's protection? Jian Fengqi? When did this young master say? Jian Fengqi was about to refute when he saw the teasing look in Chu Luiyue's eyes and suddenly understood. That's right. He was the one who brought Chu Luiyue here. Didn't that mean that Chu Luiyue was on his side? The people of Eight Paths sect didn't have the guts to openly oppose him. Even if Chu Luiyue really killed Wu Zhao today, they wouldn't dare to do anything in private. What's more, so many people saw clearly that Chu Luiyue did win this battle with his own ability. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. No wonder she was so confident. Jian Fengqi narrowed his eyes. You really know how to take advantage of the situation. You haven't even entered the Western Tomb and you've already offended 2 sections. I don't know if I should say you're brave, or, the first one has nothing to do with me. Don't worry, they'll definitely count you in. So now we're even. Jian Fengqi suddenly felt that something was wrong. This girl really didn't want to suffer any losses. Since this matter has been resolved, we should go. Jian Fengqi raised his chin. Chu Luiyue readily agreed. The two left Pingliang Square just like that, leaving behind countless gazes. After walking for some distance, Jian Fengqi turned his head and looked at Chu Luiyue several times and couldn't help but ask curiously. Although you have some strength, you've offended so many people. Are you really not afraid at all? Chu Luiyue looked at the towering city gate in front of her and smiled. What do I have to be afraid of? The people she wanted to deal with were the noblest existences in Western Tomb City. What were these small shrimps to her? They were just appetizers. When she returned this time, she had already made up her mind to completely overturn the entire Western Tomb. Seeing the surging waves in Chu Luiyue's eyes, Jian Fengqi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He didn't know why, but he felt that Chu Luiyue's aura was somewhat strange, as if it contained killing intent. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows and smiled, then walked toward the city gate. The West Hill must be very exciting. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience came from Love Network. Chapter 476. The city gates of Xiling were made of gilded copper. They were thick and tall, and it was rumored that even a level 8 warrior could barely leave a shallow mark on them. It was impossible to break them open. The city walls were made of grayish-green rocks, and they were extremely hard. Thousands of years of wind and frost had added a touch of vicissitudes to this ancient and sacred imperial capital. There were a total of 3 entrances to the city gates. The one in the middle was the largest, and only the noblest people of the Tianling dynasty could pass through it. Under normal circumstances, this entrance was tightly locked. A golden plaque hung on it with the words, Shilin, written on it. It was majestic, solemn, and majestic. The side entrances on both sides were for ordinary people to enter and exit. Although they were smaller than the entrance in the middle, each entrance could still accommodate hundreds of people entering and exiting at the same time. There were hundreds of black cavalry guards near each entrance. Anyone who entered or exited Shilin had to go through a strict examination. Even so, there were still many people coming and going, and it was very lively. As the imperial capital of the Tianling dynasty, countless cultivators came here every day as if they were on a pilgrimage. Chu Luiyue and Jian Fengqi walked forward with the crowd. However, probably because the two of them were too beautiful and many people had seen the commotion in Pingliang Square, there seemed to be a transparent barrier around the two of them, isolating them from the rest. When they walked to the entrance, a guard standing in front looked up and saw Jian Fengqi. He immediately said respectfully, "I've seen." Jian Fengqi waved his hand and threw the token in his hand over. "I'm bringing someone." The guard could tell that Jian Fengqi did not want to be ostentatious and couldn't help but be amazed. In the entire Shilin, this lord was definitely the one who liked to be lively. It was rare for him to be so low-key this time. His gaze fell on Chu Luiyue, and a trace of amazement flashed across his eyes. "This is..." Chu Luiyue handed the token over. "Country Yao Chen, Chu Luiyue." So he came from outside Heaven's canopy and was only a level 3 warrior? However, since he could come with Jian Fengqi, he had to give him face. He examined Chu Luiyue's token and was shocked. This was clearly Vice Admiral Mu's token. It seemed that this girl's background was more complicated than he imagined. He respectfully returned the token to the two and looked at Chu Luiyue. "You came at the right time. The Wanzheng competition will begin tomorrow." As long as they registered at Xianli Garden, they could officially participate in the competition tomorrow. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Wanzheng competition? But she had never heard of it. Upon seeing Chu Luiyue's expression, the person thought that she didn't know where Xianli Garden was. "Do you need someone to take you there?" Chu Luiyue subconsciously. I'll ask young Master Jian for help. There's no need to trouble yourself." Jian Fengqi raised his brows. This girl seemed to be quite handy with him. The guard was shocked. He carefully glanced at Jian Fengqi and was slightly relieved when he saw that he wasn't angry. "That's right. I will naturally bring her there." Jian Fengqi gestured at Chu Luiyue. "Follow this young master." Chu Luiyue smiled faintly and followed him. Xian Garden was a famous royal garden in Xiling City. It had been there since the Taizu era. She used to like to go there when she was free. She didn't expect that the first place she wanted to go was there. Jian Fengqi walked in front, waving a green jade fan in his hand. "Xian Garden is a good place. You can go in and take a look later." In the past, not everyone could enter that place. Chu Luiyue could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. She pretended to be curious and took the opportunity to ask, "In the past?" "Forget about the garden in the past. There's no point in talking to you about it. Anyway, the scenery is good." Chu Luiyue tactfully changed the topic. "What's the Wanzheng competition about? Vice Admiral Mu didn't mention it to me before." Jian Fengqi paused. He put away his green jade fan and rested it on his chin. "It's just some boring competition. You'll know when you go there tomorrow." Anyway, in his eyes, this was just what Shang Wanwan and the others said. They inexplicably held this Wanzheng competition in the name of grooming geniuses into powerhouses. But who knew what they were up to? Seeing that Jian Fengqi didn't think much of it, Chu Luiyue nodded lightly and didn't ask any more questions. The two of them walked forward and soon arrived at Xian Garden. However, when they arrived at the entrance of Xian Garden, Chu Luiyue acutely sensed that there were several powerhouses hidden here. Several scrutinizing gazes swept over her. Chu Luiyue pretended not to notice and obediently followed behind Jian Fengqi. Two servants stood in front of Xian Garden's entrance. Chu Luiyue quickly scanned them. As expected, they were two unfamiliar faces. However, the two clearly recognized Jian Fengqi. Their originally cold and stern faces immediately revealed eager smiles. "Greetings, young Master Jian." Jian Fengqi waved his green jade fan impatiently. "How does one register for the Wanjing competition?" The two's gazes fell on Chu Luiyue. Needless to say, this was the person who wanted to register. However, Jian Fengqi didn't seem to be on the list of people to bring, right? However, they didn't dare to ask and respectfully said, "Please come in. Please come in. The registration area is at Shaofu Garden. There will naturally be someone to help you there." Jian Fengqi winked at Chu Luiyue and walked in first. Chu Luiyue's expression didn't change as she followed behind him and stepped through the door. A strong fragrance assailed her nostrils. It was mixed with a faint bitterness, but it was refreshing. Xianli Garden occupied a large area and planted a large number of herbs. That was why the entire garden was filled with this fragrance. Herbs that were rarely seen outside could be found everywhere here. Chu Luiyue's gaze swept lightly across the surrounding grass and trees. She sighed softly in her heart. Her mother had died, and her subordinates were homeless. However, these herbs had been preserved in perfect condition. Oh, she had almost forgotten. Sheng Wanwan was also a celestial physician. She had personally cultivated these things back then, but in the end, Sheng Wanwan had benefited from all of them. At this thought, Chu Luiyue's gaze turned cold. However, it disappeared in an instant, and her expression quickly returned to normal. Because there was something that couldn't be ignored, there were even more hidden cultivators in Xianli Garden. Along the way, she felt like she had been checked over and over again. Jian Fengqi obviously noticed this as well. His expression turned cold. After walking through the front courtyard and bypassing the 7-star bridge, the two finally arrived at Shaofu Garden. A man who looked to be about 30 years old was sitting quietly behind a table. Hearing footsteps, the man looked up. When he saw Jian Fengqi, he smiled. "I was wondering who it was." "So it's you." Jian Fengqi frowned. "Lu Xingyi. Why are you here?" "Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The third princess sent me here. Where else would I be if not here?" As Lu Xingyi spoke, he looked at Chu Luiyue with a playful expression. "Is this the person you brought with you?" A better reading experience came from the Love Network. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.